won Joseph wide acclaim. The National Research Development Corporation of India and several other organizations conferred awards on him, making palm climbers. The frames and footrests are fabricated by welding together properly sized pieces of quality steel. The rubber grippers are cut from used tires of motor vehicles. In the middle of the gripper, a groove is etched out that runs throughout its length. It is in this groove that a double-stranded high-tension aluminum wire is nailed to make the gripper hold the trunk securely. Before assembling, the steel frames and footrests are given a coat of paint to safeguard them against rusting. Onto the footrest, nylon flaps are fixed to help the climber lift the footrest while climbing. The rubber gripper, along with the wire, constitutes the most critical component of the machine. Therefore, it is firmly fixed at the top end of the frame to make the machine risk-free. No wonder then, climbing coconut palms with this new device can be a joy even for the uninitiated. Joseph's acumen for automation is not confined to palm climbers alone. Among others, he has invented a hand-operated lift, which can heave heavy materials to desired heights. A unique fusion of disciplined perseverance and sense of automation has made Joseph the inventor. Kunyetan, as he is lovingly called, has passed these qualities on to the next generation. Francis, one of his sons, appears to be following the path charted out by his father. He has devised a machine for dehusking areca nuts. Though at an advanced age, Joseph's inquisitive mind is still young enough to explore new possibilities, to lay hands on new ideas such as a machine to milk the cows, and probably many more in the years to come.
Well, that was Joseph with his little machines. That is how most inventors have worked on new ideas, with indomitable spirit, without an aura of genius surrounding them.
Hello and welcome to the session on SDA service. Selective dissemination of information service or SDA service is a current awareness service. So, for the better understanding of this concept, a brief description about current awareness service is needed. Current awareness service is a service intended to meet the current approach of specialist users of the library. As far as a researcher or a specialist user is concerned, the current approach is very important. The current information is likely to influence the trend and progress of research. It should be made available to the specialist users at right time. The current approach to the information is a browsing approach. The user does not need any specific piece of information, neither he has any specific question to be got the answer, nor he like to have a comprehensive overview. What he needs is only a brief information about the trend and development of his field of specialization. It is an ongoing approach and it is essential for each and every researcher so as to avoid the duplication and the obsolescence of work. Definitions of SDA service. Here we can have some definitions of SDA service. Hans-Peter Loon of IBM introduced selective dissemination of information service. He defined SDA service as that service within an organization that concerns itself with machine assisted channeling or computerized channeling of new items of documents of current nascent information from whatever source to those point within the organization where the probability of successfulness in connection with current work or interest is high. Sushil Kumar defines SDA as the practice in some libraries such as special libraries whose uses are small in number to maintain reader profiles which indicate the subjects of interest to them, advanced or elementary level in which they are, and the form in which information is required. Whenever information is related to the subject of a reader's interest received in the library, he is at once informed. UNESCO defines SDA as the regular portion of scientific information to individuals or corporate users on predetermined subjects. Dr. S.R. Ranganathan defines SDA as documentation list on specific topic anticipated to engage the attention of the members of parent body. Fidotan defines SDA as a method of providing personal current awareness information to individuals or groups. In short, it can be defined in a comprehensive sense that SDA is a type of current awareness service which under optimum conditions involves screening of documents, selecting information exactly tailored to meet the specific research needs of each user or a group of users, and supplying the information directly to each individual or group so that user can keep abreast of the latest developments in the area of his specialization. Objectives of SDA service: to keep users of system informed of new developments and trends in their respective field of specialization, to meet the specific information need by providing only relevant information without overburdening them with non-relevant and unwanted documents, to save the time and energy of scientists by screening out the irrelevant information. Need and relevance of SDA service. The conventional information system like library, the documents pertaining to a discipline are assumed to be of interest to the users in that discipline. All the activities in the library are based on this principle. Library procure, locate, classify, organize and make accessible the documents discipline wise with the assumption that they will serve the information needs of the users in that area or discipline. This has been done without ascertaining the exact information needs of that discipline. Moreover, the compartment concept, the traditional subjects are no longer exist, and research is at present a teamwork of researchers belonging to the different discipline and subjects. As a result, the newly emerged subjects are interdisciplinary in nature. The traditional method of discipline-wise classification process of documents, especially in the case of primary literature, may no longer be sufficient to meet the nascent information needs of interdisciplinary nature of the specialist community. Hence, the relevance of a highly individualized information service to keep each scientist ahead with latest developments and trends in his area of specialization, taking into consideration his individual information needs, is high, and which is called selective dissemination of information. Let us understand the characteristics of SDI service. 1. It is a current awareness service meant to keep its user abreast of the latest developments in their field of specialization. 2. It is a personalized service meant for an individual or group of individuals having identical information needs. 3. Information provided through SDA is exactly tailored to meet the specific information needs of each specialist user. 4. It is a quick service and which provides pinpointed information. 5. It is a service meant for specialists and research community. Now let us understand components of SDA service. SDA service has the following components, that is user profile, document database, matching mechanism, notification, feedback mechanism, etc. Let us have a brief description of these components. 1. User profile. The entire operation of SDA service is on the basis of the assumption that the information needs of user is different from other user. Since the SDA service is a personalized service, the subject interest of each user is found and which is to be compiled systematically. It is known as user profile or user database or user record. In each user profile, the subject interest of user is expressed in the form of keywords, subject headings, class number, code number and pattern of terms. Keywords are selected from standard thesaurus and subject headings list in order to ensure the vocabulary control. In short, user profile is a symbolic description of a documentary or information requirement of a specialist user. A good user profile should contain the following features of information related to concerned users. User's identity specification. In this feature, user's personal information such as name, address, contact number, email, etc. is to be included. Qualifications and experience of the user. This feature includes the user's educational qualifications, related experience and profession involved. It assists to gather qualitative information in the context of user's knowledge and perceivable capabilities. Subject coverage in details. This is the cardinal part of user profile on which the required information is scanned, retrieved and then delivered to the concerned users. Subject coverage should therefore be carefully interpreted. That could be explained into following segments. A. Scope of the core subject matter. To scan the core subject matter, it is necessary to mention the broader subject of the study, subsidiary subject related to it, title or topic of the study, and a number of feasible keywords that can keenly interpret the core subject matter while essential information is not skipped over. B. Purpose of the study. It is essential part in determining the volume of information to be distributed on the basis of mode of work such as research work, course work, article writing, making lectures or speeches, etc. C. Date range of publications. This option indicates that those information are to be gathered which are published within this specified date range. D. Medium of language required. Information may be published in different medium of language. So, there should be the option to specify that on which medium of language information is to be delivered. For example, English, Bengali, Arabic, Urdu, Persian, French, Chinese, etc. F. Sources of reference. It would be very useful if the user also supplies some references to papers, journals, reports, bibliographic databases, etc., which he considers relevant to his area of work. 2. Document profile or document database. Document profile is a collection of records, and each record is a collection of essential bibliographical details and subject description of each document. As and when new document is received in the library or information centers, the document profile is prepared. The subject content of document is expressed in the form of keywords, subject headings, pattern of terms and code of numbers. Keywords and subject headings are selected from the same thesaurus used for user profile to ensure the vocabulary control and to make the matching with user profile more easy. The preparation of document profile comprises the following steps: A. Selection of appropriate bibliographic items to be included in the database or document profile. B. Generating of keywords in the documents. C. Entering of keywords by an appropriate input device and storing the information in the storage device. D. Conversion of details into an appropriate bibliographic record format. E. Preparation of searchable file. 3. Matching mechanism. It is a mechanism to match document profile with user profile. At fixed intervals, say weekly or fortnightly or monthly, the two files, that is user profile and document profile, are compared. When a close match is observed, as per the instruction between any user profile and a document profile, the details of both records are noted. Even though users' interests have been represented in terms of keywords and codes, the profile will complete with the declaration of level of match. Suppose a user has given 5 keywords for his profile. It is to be found out whether a user will accept a document as relevant if a document description contains any of these keywords, or a minimum number of keywords, or a specific combination of keywords. It is not possible to make a correct combination or to set a minimum number. A continuous analysis of feedback from users is necessary to determine the best level of match. 4. User SDI system interface. An interface is a common boundary that permits useful interaction and communication. SDI system interface consists of the following 3 components. 1. SDI notifications of recent literature that match given users' interests. 2. Request to users to provide feedback on the notification sent to them. The feedback provided by the user is about the usefulness or degree of user satisfaction of the notification sent to him. 3. Intermediaries of SDI system. They are the information scientists and the workers within the organization who interact with the users and are knowledgeable about the document database and its characteristics. 5. Notification. Each individual user will receive notification from the system if any close match is observed between his profile and document record. The notification is sent to alert user that certain documents are likely to be relevant to his interest. The notification will include the bibliographic information and abstract of the document. Sometimes the notification will include the item itself or the copy of the document. It will depend the characteristic of the system and the database. 6. Response or feedback. Feedback mechanism is one of the unique features of SDI service. According to this method, responses of each recipient on each document can be made available. The user can inform the system the satisfaction level of the received item. 7. Readjustment of profiles. Responses and feedbacks received from user is carefully analyzed, and if necessary the profiles are adjusted or level of match is altered. Since the feedback mechanism is treated as an integral part of SDA system, the modification of profile becomes a continuous work, so that even the slightest change in the interest of user will naturally reflect in his profile. How SDA service functions. Now let us examine how SDA service functions. By observing the following picture, we will get a very clear picture about functioning of SDA service. The first step of SDA service is the collection of queries and special areas of user community. Followed by this, user profiles are prepared. The details of user profile and their preparation has been already discussed. The second step is the procuring of documents and preparation of document profile. The document profile details and preparation has been discussed in this session. The third step in the SDA service is matching of user profile and document profile. When a close match is observed as per instructions between user profile and document profile, the details of both records are noted. The fourth step is the notification of the result to users. The notification may include bibliographic details of documents, abstract and or the document itself or copy of the same. The fifth step is feedback. This is the unique feature of this mechanism. The user may not be satisfied by the receipt of the document given by the system, because the received document may not be sufficient to fulfill his needs. In this situation, he can give the feedback so as to make necessary changes in user profile. The last step in the SDA service is modification in the user profile according to the suggestions given by the user, and process continues as mentioned above. Now let us check difference between current awareness service and SDA. SDA is one of the mode of current awareness services. Even though both services are intended to meet the current approach of users, some differences are there between these two services. Current awareness service is a manual service, but SDA is a computer based service. Current awareness service is meant for a heterogeneous group of users having different information needs. In current awareness service, a user will have to go through a lot of literature until he gets his relevant document, because same documentation list is circulated among different users. But SDA service is a service in which target is an individual or a small group of individuals having identical information needs. In short, SDA is a highly personalized service. In SDA service, there is a feedback facility to inform the level of satisfaction about the document received, but in current awareness service, this facility is hardly available. Computers and SDA service. SDA is a computer-based information service and a mechanism through which the individual information user can expect to receive regular notification of new literature and data in accordance with his or her statement of interest or profile. Accelerated growth of information in the sense of forms and areas made a problem in this service. Due to the availability of abundance of information sources, the preparation of document profile becomes also difficult. In these circumstances, the online and offline databases were developed and this problem was solved. Today, there are a number of online and offline databases in various disciplines. Some of them are Chemical Abstracting Service, Institute for Scientific Information, Institute of Physics, Electronics and Control, etc. The latest information and communication technology made the SDA service more comprehensive and more speedy. Formerly, the matching between user profile and document profile and the intimation of result to its users were done in some periodical intervals such as weekly, fortnightly or monthly. But today, the matching can be done whenever the document database update and the result can be informed automatically to the users. Let me summarize what we have discussed so far. The selective dissemination of information service is a personal service of notifying the items, documents, information likely to be interest to individuals, and is also matching of required information with the potential clients. It is in fact a service of providing textual information particularly to the researchers. It is a current awareness mechanism through which the individual information user can expect to receive regular notification of new literature and data in accordance with his or her statement of interest or profile. But this task becomes very difficult to perform due to accelerated growth of publications in every moment. Moreover, the exact matching of information is also difficult matter through the contemporary approaches of SDA service. The application of latest information and communication technology helped to solve this problem to a great extent. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. 1. Define SDA service. 2. What are the main components of SDA service? 3. How SDA service functions. 4. Who defined SDA first time? Now, you may go through the reference books for further reading. Reference service by Krishan Kumar, Vigas Publishing House, New Delhi, 1987. Information and Reference Source and Services by Anil Dhiman, SS Publishers, New Delhi, 2005. Documentation and Information Services Techniques and Systems, 2nd edition by Guhabi, World Press, Calcutta, 1983. www.smarttoolkit.net. Thank you for watching this program. Hope you enjoyed the session. See you next time. Till then, goodbye.
Friends, welcome to Interface. Today we have a very important guest. His name is Professor Sami Mahmood. He is the Chancellor of the University of Sharjah. You know, Professor Sami Mahmood is an internationally known educationist. By profession, he started his career as an engineer. Though he is an Egyptian born, he is reared in Canada. He started his studies in Carleton University of Ottawa. He joined there as assistant professor, and later he became the president and the chief executive officer of that great university. Right from 2008, he has joined the University of Sharjah as the chancellor of that university. You know, he is a very well-known, internationally known electrical engineer, and today leading this University of Sharjah. So, let me ask you a few questions. You have assumed office as the Chancellor of University of Sharjah about 4 years back, and I have seen the university, a miraculous change, world class, What is your real vision about a world-class university?
You ask about the important things that build a university, and we share this together. I believe that the role of the university is to develop and offer quality educational programs for its students, to prepare them for lifelong careers in the working world, and to make out of them transforming experience into good citizenship. Good citizen that serves their community, their country, of course, and their own families.
Oh, very good. You are stressing quality education. What are the different, can you just explain the different components of your university, different institutions, how they work together, what is the type of administration there, what is the linkage from the top to bottom? Can you just explain first about the components of your university?
The University of Sharjah consists of 14 colleges. Each college has its own specializations. So there are, for example, the medical colleges, which offer education in medicine, pharmacy, dentistry, and medical sciences or healthcare sciences. And there are colleges of engineering, science, and then there are colleges of humanities and social sciences. And we have also a College of Fine Arts and Design and College of Communications and Journalism. In other words, the exception of agriculture, we cover almost every academic discipline. And we also work hard on creating chances for interdisciplinary work. Today, in the academic world and the working world, major projects and major actions happen because people from different specializations come together and work together. So we give a chance to our students in engineering to work with our business college. And because engineering and business go hand in hand. And we do the same thing between the College of Medicine and Engineering. Mechanical engineers learn to work with doctors in developing medical devices and mechanisms for treating patients and so on. So by putting together good facilities, attracting quality faculty, and making the university a good place for excellent students, I think these components together can make a world-class university.
Very good. You mentioned you have 14 colleges. Are they own colleges of the university or affiliated colleges?
They all belong to the university.
All belong to
one university.
All the recruitment, everything will be done by you.
It's done centrally by the university.
Okay. What about, the nature of linkage? I believe your title is Chancellor, not Vice Chancellor. You are above that. What is your linkage? Who is your boss over there? Right, first boss over there.
The man who really founded the university and whose vision is the basis for the university is Sheikh Sultan bin Muhammad Al-Qasimi, the ruler of Sharjah. And
your boss is the ruler.
He's the ruler, but he's also an academic. He earned 2 doctorate degrees. He is a known historian, and he also a playwright. So he's a Renaissance man in the full sense of the word. He is my direct boss, and I'm fortunate this way. And he is very, very generous towards education. He believes from the bottom of his heart that education is the best means to transform society, to transform citizens into good society. And his vision really carries forward the whole university.
Sir, I have seen, you could create a miracle there. The constructions, the landscape, the component, the placement, in interaction. I was amazed seeing that. How could you make it possible? What is the type of, freedom you have in, administrative freedom, academic freedom, financial freedom? How come you could make that campus so beautiful, so lovely campus in a short period of time?
We have a governance system in the university in which the ruler presides over a board of trustees.
The ruler himself?
Himself. And he does not go after the day-to-day details. And our job as the administration of the university is to prepare proposals. For example, if we want to build sports program, academy for sports, we prepare the proposal and we discuss it with the board of trustees. And the ruler, believing in education and its value, would most instances approve. And then we go into action.
What's the time requirement for this? Once your proposals are given, what's the time requirement for getting the sanction and implementation?
It takes a few months to do a complete study because we really talk to the employers. When we set up an academic program, we want to make sure that the students, the graduates, will get jobs and will be employed, gainfully employed. So we do our job up front in terms of study the needs of society, the needs of the marketplace, the employers, and so on. And we also talk to the students to see how many wish to study in this discipline. Once we do our homework up front, which could take up to 6 months, we get the approval in 1 or 2 months.
Fast
and move forward. And then it takes about, usually, depending on the infrastructure needed, it takes between 6 months to a year. But in the meantime, we go for accreditation. We would like each program we have to be calibrated and measured based on best practices. Sometimes the best practices we find in Australia, sometimes in Canada, sometimes in India. And we say, this is the best we have seen, let's follow this model, because it's successful with proven experience. And then we proceed on that basis.
And I would like to know, you are a successful chancellor, I know. What are the elements responsible? What sort of academic freedom, administrative freedom, or financial freedom you have, to do your job more effectively?
The way the system works is that we set up our strategic plan. Usually, in our case, it was 5-year plan. We set it up in 2009, and in discussion with the stakeholders, meaning the faculty, the professors, the companies that work with us in industry, and our sort of what we call the academic council, something similar to your syndicate here. And after we have the discussions, we had about 6 months to a year, and we ratified the strategic plan, and it defined for each college exactly its vision, where it's going, what it wants to achieve, and its targets in terms of student numbers and in terms of faculty numbers and the infrastructure they need. And that was approved by the Board of Trustees. From that moment on, we were given a lot of freedom because we all agreed on the principles, we all agreed on the resources needed, and it was a matter of straight implementation.
That means you don't have any constraints to work, as you wish to implement your dreams,
No, once the strategic plan is approved. In the first year, it's a go.
You have been talking about quality faculty. We all know any good university need good quality faculty. How do you assure that your recruitment process, or how do you recruit the quality people over there? Faculty recruitment procedure.
We advertise, and we receive applications, and we interview people, and we try our best to select the candidates who are good for the job. Then after that, the approach that the ruler would like to see, and has implemented actually, is to give the professors comfortable life. It's like a social contract. The professors give them comfortable life. They give us all their energy, their brains, and their creativity. And that's the best commodity available, is energy of the professors and their creativity and dedication.
You give them best pay and best living facilities.
We have to.
And expect the best.
Then you expect they really dedicate themselves fully. So that's the important fact. It's like a two-way social contract.
Okay. What is the size, number of faculty approximately you have there?
We have about 550.
Faculty all world-class faculty.
All really good people, dedicated people.
Let me ask you one question. This part of the world, we have recently problems of evaluation, internal evaluation, external evaluation, hybrid evaluation, all sorts of things. What is the type of evaluation of students in the examinations that is being followed in the University of Sharjah? When after conducting the exam, you have the semester system, I believe.
Yes, we do.
And after the examination, how the students are graded? What is the procedure followed? Is it entirely by the professor himself or external evaluation? What is the exact mechanism that is being followed over there?
In some disciplines, we go by our internal evaluation systems.
Which means, can you elaborate?
Which means that the students, there is a certain marks assigned to the termed work. Students get to do each course an independent project, but they also take homework, and we pay attention to attendance. Yeah. Students must attend the classes. Yeah. And then there are midterm tests and examinations, and then at the end there is a final examination which all the students in this discipline write, and then it's to be evaluated and so on. So we don't depend on one metric alone, but we depend on a combination of homework, laboratory work in some instances, independent assignments, and final examination. The main point is that each professor has to specify in each course what exactly the outcome the professor expects from the course. So the outcome can be, for example, knowledge, application of knowledge to solve problems. It could be field work. Student has to go out and do field assignment. Or it could involve also ability of the students to make good presentations for their ideas. Then the professor has to test in each one of these components to see if the student has achieved what is required. And then the marks are assigned accordingly.
I have this specific question, suppose you are the course teacher. You are assigned with a course, say Biology 1. And my specific question is, are you the person entirely responsible for grading this particular student? We have grades, This grading process, is it the sole responsibility of the teacher himself, or you are just borrowing other external teachers for evaluating part of it?
Throughout the curriculum, is about 70% of the courses typically are evaluated by the professor. And the professors, if you trust them, you bring world-class professors, as you mentioned, you bring good professors, you have to trust them. Now, 30% in many instances are assigned by external examiners. For example, in medicine, there are always external examiners that come from other colleges. This is to ensure that certain degree of uniformity. So you don't only test the students, you get outside the system to see how good they are, if they really met the requirements and so on. So it's a combination, but in many instances it's a professor who evaluates. Now, if the student complain about the mark, and that's possible, in the system we allow that, we get another professor to mark the paper and assess if the student
is... That is for the 30% of it or the entire thing?
No, that's the 30% is uniformly you get faculty members from outside to come and do oral examination or clinical exams in the case, or studio, or even say the College of Communication. We get people from outside to test their ability to do multimedia work or studio work or reporting, journalistic reporting. So you could get outsiders in these courses to test. We do the same thing in the final capstone project, which each student has to do regardless of the discipline. Students who study law have to do a capstone project. Students who study journalism have to. Then we have extended examiner for the capstone project.
You mentioned about 70-30 internal-external ratio. Is it uniform for all, or?
It will vary slightly. You could have...
What's a common practice?
That's a common practice. That certain courses and certain parts of the program get to be also evaluated by outsiders. Yeah, that we trust people who are also known to be good in their field.
Now, do you have a procedure for evaluating the teachers by the students?
Absolutely. It's actually a requirement in the university that each student is allowed to express an opinion. Two opinions. One done in confidence, which is to put on a scale of 1 to 5 how good the professor is in a number of categories, and also to do some remarks in writing. We give the remarks straight to the professor without the student's signature, so they know what the student think of the professor. And then we get the quantitative evaluation itself. It's done by a special office of statistics that would produce data that would tell us how good the professor is in everything, in terms of being fair, in terms of delivering good material, in terms of imparting the material to the students very well, and in terms of attending classes on time, the hours they dedicate to help the students outside the class, every category. And then we do the evaluation, we give it to the professor, to the chair of the department, to the dean of the college, and I get to personally look at each one. And if we see a professor being deficient in some aspect, we don't punish for a while. We say to the professor, okay, you have to improve. And we wait for the next evaluation. But a professor who is consistently bad in teaching has no place in the university. That's for sure.
What is the normal type of duration of appointment? Is it permanent appointment or term-based contract appointment for faculty?
Initially, we give the professor a 2-year appointment, or 3 years, to take a look at how they fit as teachers. Some people are good in research but not good in teaching. And we see that, and we do the evaluations. And if the professor proved to be good in teaching, in research, fits well, then we give what we call 4 years rolling appointment, which means it's automatically renewed 4 years and 4 years and 4 years. And we have professors who have been with the university since it was established.
Do you think that this mechanism of teacher evaluation by student, is it good? Do you think? What is your experience?
I think it's very good because, to be fair, the students are the recipients of the teaching, and their opinion matters a lot. They matter the most. So we do this. Now, we don't want this to be a popularity contest in which the professor is like a popular actor. So we have to ask the right questions, that indeed the professor is good in delivering the material, good in explaining ideas, fair in marking, patient in answering questions. If you ask the right questions, in most instances, you get correct answers from the students.
Let me ask you another important question. What about your academic calendar? Do you have a permanent academic calendar, say every year this term 1 will begin this point of time, and at this point of time, then the examination start from here, with date of publication of this. Do you have such a permanent academic examination calendar for you, for your university?
Yes, we do. Typically, the first term, we call it the fall or autumn term. It starts in September, early September, and it's completed by end of January. And then we take a break, and then we come the spring term, which starts in February and ends in June. And then we have a summer term, but it's mostly courses and people who want to continue their research program and so on. So we have set dates for the year.
How many days you take normally for publishing the results after the final date of the exam? Once the examination is over, normally how many days you take to release?
1 week.
1 week?
1 week.
Within 1 week. So you have more or less a permanent sort of dates and time fixed for all the academic programs?
Very much. It can vary by 1 or 2 days, depending on it falls on a weekend or not, but pretty much
don't compromise on that.
Yeah, it's quite set, people need to know we find that people, both professors and students, need to know their year ahead and plan accordingly if they want to take a break to visit their families or take travel. And we have also big exchange program. So we have students who travel to visit other universities, and we have visitors from other universities. So to plan these, we need to have set dates.
As a leading educational expert and a well-experienced, chancellor, I know you started your career in as chancellor, as president in Carleton University, then 4 years in University of Georgia as the chancellor. You will definitely have rich experience. Can you advise us Indian universities as to what should be our direction, or which are the areas we should concentrate to develop our universities in different areas, maybe in academics or in research or in developing infrastructure to create a better world-class facilities and university objectives, address those objectives?
Indian universities, as is well known internationally, are places rich in talent, pure talent, and in every discipline you can think of, whether it's in the medical, in the sciences, in the social sciences, and in engineering and so on. No question about that. And Indian universities offer world-class education. That's also not in dispute, and it's a fact I'm mentioning here.
So you have great appreciation about India
Very much
and
so.
Indian universities.
Absolutely,
Thank
absolutely,
you.
absolutely. The one observation that many educators in India, from India, tell me is that they would need to have better links to industry.
Link to industry.
Links to industry, meaning that translating the tremendous inventions and innovations that happen in the lab and in the classrooms in each university, taking advantage of these and translating it into products and innovative services that can really generate wealth, can be exported, and then in return, part of this wealth will come to renovate the university, to add to its facilities, and so on. I think it's like we all know, it has to be a complete cycle, because if we ask business and industry support the university, business and industry would say, great, you are supplying us with graduates, which we appreciate, but we need a bit more. We need innovative ideas, and we need to work together to translate these ideas into reality, and then we can share. I think I've observed that in Canada and the United States there's a lot more of that. The lab I used to run in Canada, for example, had many interactions with industry. We transferred many of our ideas into patents, and we sometimes gave it away to industry, and in return they were very generous to us. They came back and built our labs and donated money and equipment, which we all know we need from time to time. So it's this completing this cycle, the link between the university and the socio-economic organizations in the countries. I think there are opportunities, I should say, in India to develop this more and more with excellence universities in each state. And then you'd see, hopefully with that, more support from the private sector for the universities.
I'm glad you said that we have the best talent in India, number one. Then the deficiency, as you feel, you all realize that, the deficiency in terms of inadequate linkage between the university and the industry.
I call it opportunities.
Opportunities. Now, what about the opportunities available for the students in Sharjah University for their extracurricular activities, development of sports, games, and the like, personality development, other than the core issue of education and research?
Extracurricular activity, or what we call it out-of-class activities, we found to be very, very important. We receive students coming from high school, often shy and a bit introvert. And part of our educational outcome is to ensure that when they leave the university, they leave with a transformative experience, meaning that they become outgoing, extrovert, they are able to engage and make initiatives of their own. That comes from part of the curricula in which we insist on field work. So students get, at the very least, every 2 years, 3 months of training in outside organization. We have commitment to send them out for training. That really makes them aware of what the workplace is like. And so a student in law will spend time in a court of law, seeing how the court of law would work. A student in engineering will spend time in industry, seeing how it works. But we ask them also to file a report and to make a presentation on the experience they had. And then each student in each program had to do field work and a project outside the university. And that could take several weeks. It's part of the curriculum. So that's part of the curriculum. But also we have a lot of engagement in the form of cultural groups. We have a theater group, poetry group, groups in sports, 26 sports practiced, and 26 teams that compete inside and outside the university. This we consider to be integral part of their education. So that, as I said, after 4 years, you find transformation in the very core of their personality, from shy and not confident into outgoing and engaging. And it's this experience that we feel is all about. It's just not knowledge alone, but how to take this knowledge to the next level and how to interact with members of society, the community. And that comes from the training and work experience they have. And we did a lot of that in Canada, and I'm doing more of it in Sharjah, because the students are even more shy when they come from high school and because of their upbringing and so on. So the university is a transformative experience in the social front as well.
In the beginning, we started talking about quality. What is your comments about, the need for adding values, spirituality, ethics and all along with the education?
I think it's integral part of their program, and my hope and aspiration is to see more international cooperation. So not only that we develop ideas together, but also do program accreditation together. We often invite professors, and would love to invite professors from the great Indian universities to come and adjudicate our programs, evaluate them, and give us their opinions based on their own experience, and vice versa. I think through this international cooperation that we'd like to see it even formalized into a system of exchange, we can adopt best practices, learn from each other, and adopt. Insulation is not insular, isolated affair. It is open, universal affair. So that's what we hope to see.
I know that your visit has one major purpose, to explore possibilities of collaboration with Indian universities for working together, sharing, their strength and all, mutually beneficial manner. Now, after having this visit, now what is your impression? Which are all the areas which you feel appropriate for consideration for mutually beneficial collaboration?
One area is really joint research programs in which our respective professors and students can define, can work together on sort of what I call mission-oriented research, and then we in the administration undertake to provide them with the support, the resources and the finances to complete this mission. I think through international cooperation we can enrich each other with knowledge, and for us we can benefit from the great talent that exists in Indian universities.
So that means you are observing very definite areas of mutual collaboration.
Actually, we are open in the medical field, in engineering and sciences, and in the social sciences field.
We have
humanities and social sciences as well.
We have definite opportunities. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure, and wish you the best.
Thank you.
Welcome to this class on art history. We will be learning about a very significant art movement in this session, Expressionism. Expressionism originated as a term used to denote the use of distortion and exaggeration for emotional effect, which first surfaced in the art literature of the early 20th century. When applied in a stylistic sense, with reference in particular to the use of intense color, agitated brush strokes, and disjointed space. Expressionist movement can be found not only in the field of fine arts, but also in dance, cinema, literature, and the theatre. The term Expressionism has been traced to various sources. It may have been coined by Czech art historian Antonín Medjak in 1910, whereas the Impressionists sought to express the majesty of nature. The Expressionists, according to Medjak, sought only to express inner life, often were the painting of harsh and realistic subject matter. But the term was always an easy one to use loosely, and many did so to denote the various reactions against Impressionism in the late 19th century. But it is to be noted that no group named themselves to be expressionistic. The term expressionist was used during the Berlin session of 1911. A gallery hall was designated as expressionist. The gallery contained works by French folk artists like Matisse. It was by 1914 that the label was used to label a group German expressionists. Expressionism also was not limited strictly to the field of painting. History of literature, drama, stage design, dance, film were changed by the impact of Expressionism. Expressionism emerged simultaneously in various cities across Germany as a response to a widespread anxiety about man's increasingly discordant relationship with the world, his lost feelings of authenticity and spirituality. In part a reaction against Impressionism and academic art, it was inspired most by the expressive and symbolist currents in late 19th century art. Works of Vincent van Gogh, the Norwegian symbolist Edvard Munch, and Belgian painter James Emmrc proved particularly influential on the Expressionists and encouraged them to distort forms and employ strong colors to convey a variety of anxieties and yearnings. The classic phase of the movement lasted from approximately 1905 to 1920 and spread across Europe. Its influence would be felt throughout the century, not only in German art but also in many movements like the American abstract expressionism. It was also important for the development of neo-expressionism in 1980s. There are two major groups in German expressionism: the Bridge in the city of Dresden, and the Blaureiter, the Blue Knight in Munich. German expressionism also included pioneering efforts like the Weimar School and later developments like the New Objectivity group. The Bridge group was formed in 1905 and in 1913 it was dissolved. The group of 4 German artists led by Ernst Ludwig Kitchener were members of this group. This is considered to be the founding organization for the German Expressionist movement. Along with Fritz Blale, Carl Schmidt-Rottluff and Erich Heckel, Kirchner established Die Brücke as a youth-oriented art movement that would challenge the traditional academic styles of fine art, which by that point included Impressionism and Post-Impressionism. The group published their manifesto in 1906. It was carved on wood. In September and October 1906, the first group exhibition was held, focused on the female nude. Emil Nold and Max Pechstein joined the group in the same year. Otto Müller during 1874 to 1930 joined the group in 1910. The woodcut as an artistic medium would go on to become very popular with the group, whose inclination to strong expression was well served by the stark, crude forms that the wood. The artists of the Bridge group concentrated on imitating the styles originally practiced by the art communities of the Middle Ages. The Nazarene group, who preceded the Bruck, were also using woodcut to illustrate their biblical works. The Bridge dominated the art scene through paintings that depicting social differentiation of classes, wealth, German nightlife, and the chaos that reigned in their cities. Other contemporary painters like Paulo Modson Becker and Christian Rolfs subscribed to the theory that their art should be as simplistic and down to earth as possible. They consciously omitted any demonstrations of personal emotions, but their works show expressionistic vitality. Cathay Kollwitz is another example. Rolfs was over 50 years old when he started to paint in expressionist style. His works were confiscated by the Nazis as degenerate art and was forbidden to paint. In 1911, that a group of young artists formed Der Blaureiter, the Blue Rider in Munich. The name came from Vasily Kandinsky's Der Blaureiter painting of 1903. Among their members were Kandinsky, Franz Marc, Paul Klee, Franz Marc and Auguste Mack. The group's formation was sparked by the rejection of the Kandinsky oil painting The Last Judgment during 1910 from a local exhibition. The painting contained swirling abstract forms and apocalyptic suggestions and was deemed too obscene for public display. Although Der Blaue Reiter never published a manifesto, its members were united by their high regard for medieval and primitivist art forms as well as their love of Cubism and Fauvism. The group also included Alexei Jawlensky, Marianne von Werfkin and Vladimir von Berechtsev. At the outbreak of World War I in 1940, Franz Marc and Auguste Mack were drafted into German military service and were killed soon after. The Russian members of the group, Kandinsky, Alexei von Jawlensky and others were all forced to return home. Der Blaue Reiter immediately dissolved. Der Blaue Reiter group was also significant in lending a mystical and spiritual cast to Expressionism. This was important in shaping the work of Franz Marc and Alexei von Jawlensky and led to the development of pure abstraction by Vasily Kandinsky. August Mack was an important member for Der Blaue Reiter and later became the leader of another group, the Rhenish Expressionists in Bonn. The Rhenish Expressionists maintained that their thought and ideas were best portrayed through the use of form only. The only actual link between the individuals of the Rhenish camp were their choices of the subject matter and their philosophy. Following the Great War, they truly believed that all people had become merely a collective group of individuals who fell to the mercy of their society and its politics. Painters such as George Grosz and Otto Dix developed a more socially critical expressionism and realism known as Neo-Socialist. The New Objectivity. The New Objectivity painters were more socially centered and were critical of the political institutions like the military. There was also a group of Austrian expressionists. Gustav Klimt was the leader of a group called the Vienna Session, which sought to separate itself from the naturalist movement which was popular in the early 20th century Austria. His work is difficult to categorize but is often associated with the Symbolist and Art Nouveau, but it also has some ties to Expressionism. Oskar Kokoschka and Egon Schiele developed their own expressionist style. Because the term Expressionism is wide in its meaning, Georges Rolt, the French artist sometimes described as an expressionist, may have influenced the Germans rather than the other way around. He learned this vivid use of color and distortion of form from Fauvism, and unlike his German expressionist counterparts, however, Rolt expressed an affinity for his impressionist predecessors, particularly for the work of Degas. He is well known for his devotion to religious subjects and particularly for his many depictions of the crucifixion rendered in rich color and heavy layers of paint. Another painter who was termed expressionist is Zotin. Munch was a Norwegian painter and printmaker whose intensely psychological and emotional themes was a major influence on the development of German Expressionism. In the early 20th century, his painting, The Scream, is regarded as an icon of the existential anguish of the post-industrial modern age. Munch tended to focus on intense emotions such as those expressed in puberty, which presents the fearful period of a girl's life as she faces the uncomfortable transition of becoming a woman. Der Sturm, German, The Storm, was a magazine covering the Expressionism movement founded in Berlin in 1910 by Howard Walden. It was published weekly until 1914 and became a quarterly in 1924 and stopped publication in 1932. This magazine played a crucial role in the development of German Expressionism. Poems and other texts of French and German expressionists were published in this magazine. To celebrate its 100th edition in 1912, a gallery, Galerie der Sturm, was started by Walden. The gallery became the focus for Berlin's modern art scene for a decade. Here in this gallery, the Faust and Der Blaue Reiter exhibited. The expressionist artists often employed swirling, swaying, and exaggeratedly executed brush strokes in the depiction of their subjects. In part, these techniques conveyed the emotional state of the artist, though they might also offer comment on modern the world. The arrival of Expressionism announced new standards in the creation and judgment of art. Art was now meant to well up from within the artist rather than deriving from a depiction of the visual world, and the character of the artist's feelings became the standard for assessing the quality of a work of art rather than the composition of forms. When it came to philosophies and ideology, these expressionists shared identical views. As the term expressionist suggests, the works created by these artists were rendering of their individual and personal perceptions of their subject. Usually these paintings were done as they had actually been interpreted in the field. The use of unaltered nudes as well as a variety of other people portrayed in natural surroundings now yet tainted by the industrialization of Germany. The Die Brücke, while expressionists in theory, actually had foregone the use of broad lines and multiple layers of strong colors and instead applied their many layers of personally mixed colors. Oftentimes, these hues were thinned by petroleum in order to achieve a smoother application and to allow more freedom in their techniques. These artists were less concerned with the speed and spontaneity associated with Expressionism than they were of creating works of art that would challenge and undermine the accepted taste. Thanks to the Die Brücke and the revival of printmaking and the Dresden group's ambition with lithography, artists are able to reproduce their renderings at a remarkable rate, and a more cost-effective method is allowing their works to be enjoyed by many more people. Although most expressionists are best known as painters or sculptors, a confluence of aesthetic, social, political, and commercial forces encouraged nearly all of them to embrace printmaking as an equally important means of expression. Printmaking, including woodcut, intaglio, and lithography, helped expressionists advance many important goals, including pioneering formal innovations, broadly disseminating their images and ideas, and promoting or criticizing social and political causes. While the woodcut, with its jagged, gorgeous, and bold, flattened, primitive aesthetic, became the preeminent expressionist medium, the expressionists also revitalized etching and lithography to alternately vibrant and stark effect. Adolf Hitler, outraged by such anti-German publicity, embarked upon his own crusade to rid Germany of all the degenerate art within his reach. This attempt to censor the openly disgruntled expressionists led to many of them fleeing to the United States. It was here that they were warmly welcomed, and almost immediately a great deal of the German art was assembled in the major cities of New York, St. Louis, and Chicago, where they found a home in American museums. Regardless of the attacks launched against Expressionism in 1923, regardless of France's refusal to acknowledge the achievements of the German artists, and in spite of Hitler's crusade to rid the rage of these degenerates, the contribution of German Expressionism upon the art world cannot be discredited. After World War I, although Expressionism continued to inspire many more artists throughout Germany, the movement began to lose impetus and fragment. Already by 1918, the Dada Manifesto could claim that Expressionism no longer has anything to do with the efforts made by active people. But its ethos would have a vivid afterlife. It was crucial in the early formation of artists as different as Otto Dix and Paul Klee. And in the 1920s, it continued to inspire ambitious forays into abstraction, Kandinsky continued to create completely non-objective paintings and watercolors that emphasize color balance and archetypal forms rather than anything remotely representational or figurative. In Emmrc, expressionism is seen in two modes. In the social realist painters like Ben Shah and later in abstract expressionism group. Abstract expressionism was somewhat similar to the theories proposed by Kandinsky. Expressionism had its great impact in Germany and it continued to shape its art for decades afterwards. The emergence of George Baselitz in the 1960s and later Anselm Kiefer signaled an important and influential revival of the style, which would culminate in a global neo-expressionist movement in the 1980s. But the original movement also found adherents in Russia, Belgium, Austria, France, Norway, the Netherlands and the United States. Its ideas about expression, spirituality, primitivism and the value of abstract art would also be hugely influential on an array of unrelated movements including abstract expressionism. The expressionists' metaphysical outlook and their instinctive discomfort with the modern world impelled them to antagonistic attitudes which would be characteristic of various avant-gardes throughout the century. Because expressionism, especially German expressionism, was not limited to painting, we were encouraged to watch expressionistic films. Films like The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari during 1920 are significant by their expressionist spirit. The film was directed by Robert Wayne. Sets and scene artwork of expressionist films often reveal buildings of sharp angles, great heights, and crowded environments such as the frequently shown in German expressionist paintings. More than any other movement, expressionism affected the Indian art scene from the very beginning. We can see that the mural work of Binod Bihari Mukherjee at Shantiniketan, the Hindi saints, show influences of expressionism. Ramkinger Baig was also expressionistic in his approach to art. The Progressive Group of Painters of India, formed in 1947, is a prime example of expressionism. The first published manifesto even politically biased towards radical expressionism. Though the members of the group had to change their views in their second published manifesto, their language remained expressionistic. The Baroda painters of 1980s were also expressionistic in their approach. Their radical political attitude was also in par with the political attitude of German expressionists. The Kerala art from 1980s also was under the influence of expressionism till 1990s. I hope learning art history will widen your understanding of art and help you enter unexplored areas of your own creative faculty. It's time we conclude this session on Expressionism. Bye.
and welcome to a new session. Today we are going to have a discussion on the concept of aptitude. First of all, let us see the meaning and nature of aptitude. It is an observable fact that people differ from one another and within themselves in their performance in one or the other field of human activity, such as leadership, music, art, mechanical work, teaching, etc. Ramesh joins a commercial institute to learn typing and shorthand. He makes rapid progresses and in due course gets a diploma. Later on, when he is offered a stenotypist job, he carries it out satisfactorily. Suresh, another person, although in no way inferior to Ramesh in general intelligence, also takes admission in this institute, progresses very slowly and even after getting the diploma proves to be an inefficient typist and stenographer. Similarly, Radha profits from musical training while Sunita, having almost the same intelligence as Radha under similar circumstances, makes little or no progress. In many spheres of everyday life, we come across individuals who excel over others under similar conditions in acquiring certain knowledge or skills and prove more suitable and efficient than their peers in certain specific fields. Such persons are said to possess a certain specific ability or aptitude in addition to intellectual abilities or intelligence, which helps them to achieve success in some specific occupations or activities. Therefore, aptitude may be described as a special ability or specific capacity distinct from the general intellectual ability, which helps an individual to acquire the required degree of proficiency or achievement in a specific field. However, to obtain a clear understanding of the term aptitude, let us consider some of the definitions given by different scholars. According to Bingham, in the year 1937, aptitude refers to those qualities characterizing a person's way of behavior which serve to indicate how well he can learn to meet and solve a certain specified kind of problem. Traxler, in the year 1957, opines that aptitude is a condition, a quality or a set of qualities in an individual which is indicative of the probable extent to which he will be able to acquire under suitable training some knowledge, skill or composite of knowledge, understanding and skill, such as ability to contribute to art or music, mechanical ability, mathematical ability or ability to read and speak a foreign language. According to Freeman, in the year 1971, an aptitude is a combination of characteristics indicative of an individual's capacity to acquire, that is with training, some specific knowledge, skills or set of organized responses such as the ability to speak a language, to become a musician, to do mechanical work, etc. All these definitions reveal the predictive nature of aptitude. When we say that Ram or Radha has an aptitude for the teaching, we mean that they have the capacity or ability to acquire proficiency in teaching under appropriate conditions. Similarly, when we say Mohan has an aptitude for music, we mean that his present condition or ability reveals that if he were to learn music, he would be successful. The knowledge of an individual's aptitude thus helps us to predict his future success in a particular field of activity with appropriate training or experience. Like so many other personality traits or characteristics, it is difficult to say whether a particular aptitude is an absolute product of heredity or environment. Certain aspects of an aptitude may be inborn. For example, a person showing an aptitude for singing may have been born with a musical voice, and a person showing aptitude for typewriting or watch repairing may have sensitive and dexterous hands. But this is one side of the picture. It is also equally possible that the musical person's aptitude may be the result of his living in the company of a good musicians, or the typist's aptitude may be the creation of his father or mother who also happens to be typists. So it is safer to conclude, therefore, that the aptitude of an individual at a particular moment is in all probability depends upon both heredity and environment. Now we shift our focus into the relation among aptitude, ability and achievement. Aptitude and present ability do not mean the same thing. A person may have no present ability to drive a car but may have an aptitude for driving, which means that his chances of being a successful driver are good provided that he receives the proper training. Thus, while aptitude has a future reference and tries to predict the degree of attainment or success of an individual in an area or activity after adequate training, ability concerns itself only with the present condition, the potentiality or capability which one possesses at the present moment regardless of the past, and does not try to make any assessment of one's future success or failure. Contrary to the predictive nature of aptitude and the contemporary nature of ability, achievement is past oriented, reflects on the past and indicates what an individual has learned or acquired in a particular field. It does not follow, however, that we can forecast an individual's future accomplishment in any area of activity with the help of aptitude measurement. Aptitude tests in all their forms measure only the present ability or capacity of an individual on which a prediction of his future attainment may be based. Next, we will shift our focus into aptitude and intelligence. The existing intelligence tests gauge the general mental ability of an individual, while aptitude tests, as we have seen, are concerned with specific abilities. Therefore, with the knowledge of intelligence of an individual, we can predict his success in a number of situations involving mental function or activity. The knowledge of aptitudes, on the other hand, acquaints us with the specific abilities and capacities of an individual to succeed in a particular field of activity. Therefore, in predicting his achievement in some specific job, training, courses or specialized instruction, we need to know more about his aptitudes or specific abilities rather than his intelligence or general ability. Now we will discuss aptitude and interest. In order to succeed in a given activity, a person must have both aptitude for the activity and interest in it. This does not mean that interest and aptitude are one and the same thing. A person may be interested in a particular activity, job or training but may not have the aptitude for it. In such cases, the interest shown in a particular occupation or course of study is often not the result of personal aptitude but of some other outside influence or reason, such as the wishes of parents, the probability of getting a particular appointment or job, stipend or other financial help, or the prestige associated with the work. Similarly, a person has long and dexterous fingers who makes a good showing on a mechanical aptitude test may have little or no interest in becoming a watchmaker. A guidance or selection program must, therefore, give due weightage to the measure of aptitude as well as of interest. Both are essential for the success of an individual in a given activity, job or course of instruction. Are you interested to know about the measurement of aptitude? The measurement of aptitude is done with the help of aptitude tests. Aptitude tests measure or assess the degree or level of one's special bent or flair. They are chiefly used to estimate the extent to which an individual would profit from a specific course or training, or to predict the quality of his or her achievement in a given situation. The aptitude tests can be divided into three broad categories. First one, general aptitude tests. Second one, special aptitude tests. And the third one, manual dexterity aptitude tests. At first, we will discuss general aptitude tests. In this category, 2 test batteries are considered outstanding. These are General Aptitude Test Battery, that is GATB, and Differential Aptitude Test, that is DAT. At first, General Aptitude Test Battery or GATB. The GATB, developed by the Employment Service Bureau of USA, it contains 12 tests. 8 of these are paper pencil tests for comparison, computation, vocabulary, arithmetic, reasoning, form matching, test matching, and 3-dimensional space. The other 4 require the use of simple equipments in the shape of movable pegs on the board, assembling and deassembling rivets and washers. From the scores obtained by the subject, the tester is able to draw inference about the aptitude factors, namely general reasoning ability, that is G, verbal aptitude, that is V, numerical aptitude, that is N, spatial aptitude, S, clerical perception, Q, motor coordination, that is K, finger dexterity, F, and manual dexterity, that is M. The GATB has proved to be one of the most successful multiple aptitude batteries, particularly for the purpose of job classification. The next is Differential Aptitude Test, that is DAT. The DAT, developed by the Psychological Corporation of USA, contains 8 tests designed to measure 8 abilities, which are verbal reasoning, VR, numerical ability, NA, abstract reasoning, AR, space relations, SR, mechanical reasoning, MR, clerical speed and accuracy, that is CSA, language usage spelling, that is LUS, and the 8th one, language usage grammar, that is LUG. Of the 8, verbal reasoning, numerical ability, abstract reasoning, and space relations are aptitude in the strict sense of the term. But other abilities such as mechanical reasoning and clerical speed and accuracy are factorially less pure because they are probably combinations of several factors but can be treated as aptitude. The language usage spelling and language usage grammar attest more of achievement than of aptitudes. However, the authors included them in the test because of this kind of achievement is indicative of success in a great number of academic and occupational activities. The DAT has proved very successful in predicting academic success and has been found especially useful for providing educational and vocational guidance to secondary school children. Of the 2 test batteries, the GATB is more work oriented and less school oriented in its total coverage than the DAT. Next is Special Aptitude Tests. There are a number of standardized tests to measure the special abilities of individuals. Some of them are described here. Mechanical Aptitude Tests. What is a mechanical aptitude test? It covers a number of factors such as the perceptual speed, mechanical reasoning, and mechanical information. Mechanical aptitude tests are of 2 kinds. They are performance test and paper and pencil tests. In the performance test, the candidate has to manipulate and assemble mechanical objects. In the paper and pencil test, knowledge about parts of machines, mechanical relationship, etc. is tested. The second one is clerical aptitude tests. Minnesota clerical tests are used to measure accuracy and speed in clerical work. This has 2 parts. Part 1 contains 200 pairs of numbers, each containing 3 to 12 digits. If the numbers in a pair are identical, the subject places a check mark between them. The task is similar in the second subtest. Instead of numbers, here we have proper names. The tests are of 8 and 7 minutes duration respectively. This can be used for selecting clerks In the general clerical test, 9 dimensions are grouped so as to yield clerical, numerical and verbal subscores as well as total scores. It measures speed and accuracy also. The third one is aesthetic aptitude test. There are 2 well-known tests to measure aesthetic aptitude: the Mayer Art Judgment Test and the McAdory Art Test. Of these, only the Mayer Art Judgment Test is in use on account of its practical significance. It consists of 100 pairs of pictures, that is, painting and drawings of recognized merits. In each pair, one is the simple reproduction of the original work, whereas in the other, certain alterations are made with the intention of making it less pleasing to eyes. The examiner is required to select from each pair the one that is more pleasing, more artistic and more beautiful. In this way, the aesthetic sense or the sense of beauty of the individual is tested. Musical aptitude test. The most important test in this field is the seashore measures of musical talent. This consists of 6 sub-tests covering pitch, loudness, rhythm, time, timbre and tonal memory. The stimuli are reproduced on phonograph records for group administration and conformity of presentation. Each item consists of paired tones or tonal sequences. The tests are applicable from 5th grade to adult level. The next category is manual dexterity aptitude test. Manual dexterity as a special aptitude has been considered as different from mechanical aptitude. Mechanical aptitude consists of perceptual speed and mechanical reasoning, whereas the aptitude for manual dexterity includes manipulation, wrist and finger or arm and hands coordination and steadiness. Important tests in this category are described here. First one, Minnesota Manual Dexterity Test. This test requires the examiner to remove and replace 60 identical discs in a foam board which has 4 rows in identical holes with 15 holes in each row. The test is useful in predicting efficiency to semi-skilled occupations like packing, wrapping and inspection jobs in gross manual assembly and mechanic operation jobs in which skill in arm and hand movement is important. The next one is O'Connor finger and tweezer dexterity tests. These tests measure the speed with which an individual can insert pin into small holes by hand or with the tweezers. In the O'Connor finger dexterity test, 3 pins taken from a tray are to be placed into each hole of a metal plate. In the latter, the subject has to pick up 1 pin at a time and insert it into a hole using a tweezer. For this purpose, the other side of the same metal plate is sewed. These are used to test eye-hand coordination. It is very important to know about the utility of aptitude tests. Aptitude tests have wide areas of application. Firstly, they are the backbone of the guidance services. The results of these tests enable us to locate with a reasonable degree of certainty the fields of activity in which an individual would be most likely to be successful. Therefore, these tests are found to be very useful for guiding the youngsters in the selection of appropriate courses of instruction, fields of activity and vocations. These tests can also be used for educational and vocational selection. They help in the systematic selection of suitable candidates for the various educational and professional courses as well as for specialized jobs. As Munn in 1967 puts it, chief value of aptitude testing is, in fact, that it enables us to pick out from those who do not yet have the ability to perform certain skills and those who, with a reasonable amount of training, will be most likely to acquire the skills in question and acquire them to a desirable level of proficiency. Aptitude tests thus properly anticipate the future potentialities or capacities of an individual, irrespective of whether he possesses those future capacities before the training or not, and thereby help us in selecting individuals who are best fitting for a particular profession and courses of instruction, or those who are likely to benefit most from the pre-professional training or experiences. It is clear then that any purposeful guidance and counseling programs, entrance examination to specialized academic and professional courses, selection procedures for specialized jobs should give due importance to aptitude testing. Aptitude testing combined with the other information regarding interest inventory, personality tests, intelligence tests can help to a greater extent in avoiding considerable waste of human as well as material resources by placement of individuals in places and lines of work in which they are most likely to be productive. Let us summarize what we have discussed so far. Aptitude may be defined as a specific capacity or special ability distinct from the general intellectual ability of an individual, indicative of his probable success in a particular field after receiving appropriate opportunity for learning or training. Like so many other personality traits, aptitudes have been adjudged to be the product of both heredity and environment. Aptitude differs from ability and achievement in that it is forward looking in nature, that is, it gives an indication of the future success of an individual, whereas the ability limits itself to the present performance of an individual. Achievement, with its past oriented nature, merely indicates what an individual has learned or acquired. Aptitude should not be confused with interest. One may show interest in a particular act or job, but may or may not have the aptitude for it. The opposite is also true. However, to achieve the desired success in a given task, one must have both interest as well as aptitude. Measurement of aptitude is carried out by means of several relevant specific aptitude tests. For example, mechanical aptitude tests measure a person's aptitude for mechanical work. Clerical aptitude tests are employed for measuring the aptitude for clerical work. Musical aptitude tests like the seashore measure of musical talent attempt to discover musical talent. The aptitude for graphic art is tested through tests like the Mayer Art Judgment Test. Similarly, we have various standardized aptitude tests for the measurement of scholastic and professional aptitudes of individuals for the relevant specific courses or professions like engineering, medicines, law, business management, teaching, etc. Aptitude tests have a wide range of application. They have proved to be the backbone of all kinds of guidance services and selection programs, as they are very useful for predicting the suitability of individuals for specific jobs and lines of work. Now we can try to answer the questions given here. Define aptitude. Explain with examples the concept of aptitude. How does aptitude and intelligence relate to each other? Explain mechanical aptitude tests. Explain Minnesota manual dexterity tests. Enumerate the different definitions for aptitude. How far aptitude tests are useful? Hope that you may go through the reference books listed here for further reading. Aptitude and Aptitude Testing by W. V. Bingham, Harper and Brothers Publications, New York, India, 1984. Theory and Practice of Psychological Testing by F. S. Freeman, Oxford and IBH Publications, Bombay, India, 1971. The Guilford-Zimmermann Aptitude Survey by J. P. Guilford and W. S. Zimmermann, McGraw-Hill Publications, New York, India, 1956. Lifespan Development by J.S. Turner, D.B. Hems, Holt, Reinhardt and Winston Publications, Fort Worth, in the year 1987. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.
For centuries, Kerala has been home to a rich variety of vocal and instrumental music traditions. A lush and varied environment, a wide range of performance traditions, and the diverse cultural legacies of the region have all contributed to and enriched this deeply resonant musical culture. Temples and kavas have played a historic and prominent role in the development of Kerala culture, in which music, dance, and performance of various kinds have always been a vital part of the daily, seasonal, and annual rituals and festivals. The most remarkable feature of the musical culture of Kerala is the prominence attributed in it to percussion music, especially ensemble percussion music. Indeed, it would be almost impossible to imagine a Kerala festival, whether religious or secular, without a percussion ensemble that brings together a variety of instruments, merging into one seamless whole, to create the most sublime and resounding of rhythmic flows and crescendos. Panchavadyam, Panchari Melam, Pandi Melam, Madala Keli, Tayambaka. The list goes on. Featured in these rhythmic ensembles are a variety of percussion instruments such as the chenda, the madalam, the idakya, the mirava, the timila, the chengala, the ilathalam, and so on. While each of these percussion instruments are significant and different in their own ways, perhaps the most vital among them is the madalam. The madalam is traditionally considered to be a devavadya, or a divine instrument. It is also a mangalavadya, an auspicious instrument, featuring prominently in the daily ritualistic and festive music played in temples, a necessary and significant presence in temple performance forms. The madalam is of three types: the Veera madalam, the Toppi madalam, and the Shuddha madalam. The Veera madalam is not in use anymore, whereas the Toppi madalam is an essential component for the performance of the devotional dance drama Krishna Natak. The Shuddha madalam is the most popular type and is played in the percussion ensembles Panchavadyam, Keli, and Kathakali performances.
മദ്ദളത്തിനെ പറ്റി പറയുമ്പം മറ്റുള്ള തോൽവാദ്യങ്ങളിൽ വെച്ചിട്ട് ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത ചിലതൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. അത് പറയാണ്ടിരുന്നാൽ ശരിയാവില്ല. ഒന്ന്, നീളമുള്ള ശബ്ദം ഉള്ള ഒരേ ഒരു വാദ്യമേ ഉള്ളൂ, അത് മദ്ദള. കാരണം കാണിച്ചു തരാം. ഇപ്പം മറ്റേത് വാദ്യത്തിലായാലും ഇതാ ആ കുട്ടുന്നതിൻ്റെ ആ ശക്തി അനുസരിച്ച് അത് അതിൻ്റെ ആ ശബ്ദത്തിന് ഇങ്ങനെ നീളം കൂടും, ആ ഘനം അനുസരിച്ച്. ഇതേ ഇത്രയും പോയി. ഇനി വക്കത്തെ നാം, പ്രണവം, വലന്തില കൊട്ടിയാൽ പ്രണവം ആണെന്നാ പറയാ. ഓങ്കാര ശബ്ദം, ഓങ്കാരം, ഓം എന്ന് പറ, അതേ ഛായ. അത് മദ്ദളത്തിന് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. പിന്നെ രണ്ടാമത്, എല്ലാ വാദ്യങ്ങളെ പോലെയല്ല, ഇത് ഇടത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നത് വലന്തലി, വലത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നത് ഇടന്തലി, അങ്ങനെയാ പറയാ. കാരണം നേരെ എതിരായിട്ടാ പറയാ. ഇതിപ്പം വലത്തേ കൈ കൊണ്ട് ഇതാ, ഇത് ഇടന്തല എന്നാ ഇതിന് പറയാ. ഇത് ഇടത്തേ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നതാണ് ഇത് വലന്തല. ഇത് വലത്തേ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നത്, ഇത് ഇടന്തല. നേരെ താതിരിച്ചാ പറയാ. പിന്നെ ഇടന്തലയിൽ അധികം ശബ്ദങ്ങളൊന്നുമില്ല, ഒറ്റ ശബ്ദമേ ഉള്ളൂ. വായത്താരിക്ക് വ്യത്യാസം ഉണ്ടാവും. ണാന്നും താന്നും രീന്നും അതും അവസരോഹിതം ആ അക്ഷരം മാറ്റി പറയാമെന്ന് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. മദ്ദളത്തിന്റെ ജീവൻ മുഴുവൻ വലന്തലയിലാണ്. അത് ദേ ധീം വന്നു, തീ കീ ഇതൊക്കെ ഇതാണ്. ഇനി താം നാം ഒക്കെ ഇവിടെയാ. ഇത് വലന്തല എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് സാക്ഷാൽ ദേവിയുടെ ഭാഗമാണ്, അത് അമ്മയുടെ ഭാഗമാണ്. ഇടന്തല മഹാദേവന്റെ ശിവന്റെ ഭാഗമാണെന്നാ പറയാ. അപ്പൊ ആ വ്യത്യാസം ഇതിന് കാണാം. അമ്മയുടെ ഭാഗം വലന്തല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അത് മൃദുലാണ്. ഈ ജീവൻ അതിന്റെ എല്ലാ ഇതും മർമ്മങ്ങളും മുഴുവൻ അവിടെയാ. മറ്റത് മഹാദേവന്റെ കഠോരായിട്ടുള്ള തന്നെയാ. അങ്ങനെ ഇത് തന്നെയാ, ഒറ്റ ശബ്ദമേ ഉള്ളൂ. അത് ചെവി പൊളിയുകയും ചെയ്യും. ആ ചിറ്റിട്ട് കുട്ടിയാൽ ഇപ്പം കുട്ടി അങ്ങനെ കേൾക്കില്ല. മറ്റേ അങ്ങനെയല്ല, അതിന് വായിക്കുകയാണ് എന്നുവെച്ചാലും അതിന്റെ ആ സുഖം അധികം ഇതിനേക്കാളും. ദേ
As the notes and tonal variations of the Madalam are complex and subtle, so too is the very process of making the Madalam itself. It's not an easy task. It demands precision, exactitude, and hard work on the part of the skilled craftsman in order to obtain the desired result. There are several parts to a Madalam. A cylindrical drum made out of jackwood called a kutti forms the basic body. The key parts of the Madalam are the vattams, or the two rings on the drum face. The vattam contains the kuttu vattam or ulvattam, which is the inner ring on which the drummer's hand falls, and the puravattam, the outer ring. Outside the puravattam is the mudra, where leather threads are woven in order to hold the whole vattam in place. The number of leather pieces in the puravattam changes depending on the size of the kutti. Normally, the puravattam of the edandala has 2 leather pieces and the puravattam of the valandala has 5. The first step in the making of the madalam is to give the kutti its basic shape. Then, the leather pieces for the puravattam are placed in position. After this, both vattams are joined using vars in a zigzag manner. After joining the vattam, a mixture of boiled rice and charcoal is applied on the left hand side, after which the craftsman carefully corrects the madalam stone. While the curing and the seasoning of the leather and the wood takes about 1.5 months, the actual work on the madalam takes not less than 12 days. A new madalam costs 11,000 rupees. One has to undergo years of strenuous training to become a proficient madalam player. The training starts from the basics of creating tone and rhythm. And for this, a unique instrument called Padapalaga or Shravana Palaga, made out of jackwood, is used.
ഒരു കുട്ടി മദ്ദളം പഠിക്കാൻ വരുമ്പം ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ടത് ആരുടെയാണോ പഠിക്കാൻ പോകണമെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ആ ഗുരുനാഥൻ എത്രത്തോളം പ്രാപ്തനാണ്, പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പ്രാപ്തനാണോ, എനിക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ള തരാൻ പഠിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള പ്രാപ്തനാണോ എന്ന് അറിയണം. അതിനുശേഷം അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഗുരുനാഥനെ നല്ലൊരു ഗുരുനാഥനെ കണ്ടെത്തുക. കണ്ടെത്തിന് ശേഷം പിന്നെ ദക്ഷിണ വെച്ച് തുടങ്ങുക.
The student starts his training with the Ganapati Kai, the first rhythmic exercise.
5 പാടക്കൈകളാണ് ഉള്ളത്. ഒന്ന് താ, തീ, തോം, നാം. ഇതാണ് ആദ്യത്തെ പാടക്കൈ. മൃദംഗത്തിനും ഇത് തന്നെയാണ്. പിന്നെ ഈ ശബ്ദം ഈ താ, തീ, തോം, നാം എന്താ അങ്ങനെ വന്നേന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ അതിനും പുരാണത്തിൽ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ മഹാദേവൻ്റെ ആ നൃത്ത സമയത്ത് അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ കാലിലെ ചേലമ്പ് ഊരി മേലോട്ട് തെറിച്ചപ്പോൾ അത് താഴേക്ക് വീണാൽ അത് താങ്ങാനുള്ള ശക്തി ഭൂമിക്കില്ല. അത് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് മനസ്സിലായതുകൊണ്ട് അദ്ദേഹം എന്ത് ചെയ്തു വെച്ചാൽ ആ ചേലമ്പ് സ്വന്തം തലയിലും തോളിലും കാലിൻ്റെ മുട്ടിലും പിന്നെ നിലത്തും അങ്ങനെ ശക്തി കുറച്ച് താഴത്തേക്ക് വീഴ്ത്തി. ആ വീഴുന്ന അപ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടായ ശബ്ദാണത്രേ ഈ ത തി തോം നാം. ഇതാണത്രേ ആദ്യത്തെ ശബ്ദം, താളശബ്ദം. പിന്നെ രണ്ടാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ ത ത തി തി തോം തോം നാം നാം. ഇതാണ്. ഇത് ഒരു ഭാഗത്ത് തന്നെ 2 കൈ വീതം കൊട്ടി ശീലിക്കുക. ഇപ്പോൾ തരി എന്ന് പറയുമ്പം തത എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ഭാഗത്തിന് 2 കൈ വീഴും. അങ്ങനെ കൊട്ടി ശീലിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് രണ്ടാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ സാധകം ചെയ്ത് കയ്യിൽ വരുത്തേണ്ടത്. അതാണ് ത ത തി തി തോം തോം നാം നാം. പിന്നെ മൂന്നാമത്തെ പാടക്കയ്യ. അതെന്തിനാ വെച്ചാൽ 2 കൈയും ഒപ്പം കുട്ടി ശീലിക്കണം, ഒരേ നിമിഷത്തിൽ വീഴണം. അതായത് ഇപ്പം കൊട്ടുവെച്ചാൽ ഇതിപ്പം ധീം 2 കൈ ഒപ്പാവുന്ന ഒറ്റ ശബ്ദമാവണം. നേരെ കുറച്ച് നേയാൽ പ്രാന്നായാൽ പോവും, സംഗതി മാറും. ധീ എന്നുള്ള ബ്രഹ്മാവും. അതിന് 2 കൈയും ഒപ്പം വീഴ്ത്തി കുട്ടി ശീലിക്കാനുള്ളതാണ് മൂന്നാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ. അത് ഇതാ ധീ കിണ്ണ ധീ കിണ്ണ ധീ 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 കിണ്ണ ധീ കിണ്ണ ധീം. പിന്നെ നാലാമത്തെ മദ്ദള വിഷയത്തിൽ ധീമൃത എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു വായ്ത്താരി സർവ്വസാധാരണ. ഇനി കഥകളിക്കൂട്ടിലായാലും ശരി, പഞ്ചവാദ്യത്തിലായാലും ശരി, കേളിയിലായാലും ശരി, ഏതിലായാലും ധീമൃത ഇഷ്ടം പോലെ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ധീമൃത വരണമെച്ചാൽ ധീ താ ക് താ ധീ താ ക് താ കിണ്ണ ധീം താ ക് താ ധീം താ ക് താ കിണ്ണ. ഇതാണ് നാലാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ. അത് ധീമൃത കയ്യിൽ വരാനാ. എങ്ങനെയാ വെച്ചാൽ ധീ താ ക് താ. അപ്പോൾ വലന്തരയുടെ മുകളിൽ പൊത്തിയിട്ട് വന്നു, താന്ന് ഇടന്തരയുടെ മുകളിൽ വന്നു, കീന്ന് വക്കത്ത് വന്നു, ആദ്യം ഇടന്തരയുടെ മുകളിൽ വലത്തേക്ക് കൊണ്ട് വന്നു. ധീ 4 അക്ഷരം ധീ താ ക താ. അത് മുറിയാലോ? അത് മുറുകിയിട്ടാണ് ധീമൃത വരിക. ദിത്ത കഥ എന്നുള്ള അതേ സാധനം തന്നെയാണ് മുറുകുമ്പം ധീമൃതയായി മാറുന്നത്. അതായതാ എന്നുള്ളത് അത് ധീമൃത ആയി മാറുന്നത്. അതാ അത് ധീമൃത കിട്ടാൻ വേണ്ടി വരാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് നാലാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ സാധകം ചെയ്ത് പഠിക്കണം.
ധി ത ക ത ധി ത ക ത കിണ്ണ ധീം ത ക ത ധീം ത ക ത കിണ്ണ.
പിന്നെ അഞ്ചാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ അത് താ കേണ കീട്ട താക്ക് താ താ കീണ കീട്ട താക്ക്. അതെന്തിനാന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ ഈ വിരല് മറയൽ സാധാരണ പണ്ട് വിരൽ മറന്നതിനൊക്കെ അധികം കുഴ മറഞ്ഞിട്ട് പണ്ടൊക്കെ പഠിച്ചിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പം കണ്ടമാനം ഈ വിരൽ മറഞ്ഞുള്ള പ്രയോഗം അധികം. അപ്പം ഈ വിരൽ മറഞ്ഞ് ശീലിക്കാൻ താ തക്കിണ കിട്ട തക്ക് തരിക്കിണ കിട്ട തക്ക് തക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തരിക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തെക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തരിക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തരിക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ വിരൽ മറന്നു തന്നെ പറ്റും. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ കേളി ആണ് പഠിപ്പിക്കുക. മദ്ദളത്തിൻ്റെതായിട്ട് സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് വല്ലതും ചെയ്യാനുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് മദ്ദള കേളിയാണ്.
The Maddala Keli, a temple percussion concert of Kerala, is performed after the Deeparadhana, the major evening puja done to the accompaniment of lighted lamps. The Maddala Keli is part of the ritual called Vilakkajaram and is performed by one or more Maddalam players to the accompaniment of the Ilattalam. When the number of Maddalams total 5, it is called the Pancha Maddala Keli.
അതിൻ്റെ രൂപം എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ ശരിക്കു പറഞ്ഞാൽ മഹാദേവനെ പാദാദികേശം എങ്ങനെയാണെന്നോ കാണുന്ന ആ ഛായ തോന്നും അതിൻ്റെ ക്രമീകരണം കണ്ടാൽ.
Keli starts with Mukham, a prelude that explicates the characteristics of the rhythm to be performed. The key part of the Keli is the Padikalam, the first stage, which starts slowly in gradually extending rhythmic cycles in a slow tempo. In the second stage, Murugiya Chembakura, a different rhythm of 10 beat cycles, is played. The next stage is the 6-beat cycle Murugiya Panjari Kura. This is followed by the 14-beat cycle Murugiya Adanda Kura. The Edanila marks the end of the recital of the Kura. The Edanila is followed by the Edavattam, which marks the beginning of the Egatala, which gradually gains in tempo till it reaches its peak. The Panchavadyam is the most prominent rhythm orchestra played at the temple festivals of Kerala. The Panchavadyam orchestra is an ensemble of 5 instruments comprising the Timila, the Maddalam, the Edakya, the Ilattalam and the Komba. There are clear traditional regulations that determine the composition of the ensemble and the relative numbers of instruments and artists.
മദ്ദളത്തിന്റെ ഇരട്ടിയിൽ ഒന്നധികം തിമല, അങ്ങനെയാ കണക്ക്. പിന്നെ എത്ര തിമലയുണ്ടോ അത്രയും താളം, അത്രയും കൊമ്പ്. ഇടക്ക ഒന്നോ രണ്ടോ ആവാം. വലിയ പിന്നെ 7 മദ്ദളവും ഒക്കെയുള്ള 2 ഇടക്ക പതിവുണ്ട്.
There are major and minor groups performing the Panchavadyam, with the smallest group comprising of a minimum of 11 artists. The performers usually stand in 4 rows. The Timila player, who leads the ensemble, is at the center of his group of instrumentalists. Behind him line up the Ilattalam players. Opposite the Timila players stand the Maddalam players, behind whom are the Kombo players. The Idakya players stand at both ends of the lines of the Timila and the Maddalam players. The Panchavadyam starts with the blowing of the conch 3 times, symbolizing the holy syllable Om. The Panchavadyam is based on the 14-beat Adanda Talam and it has 5 stages or columns. Starting from Padikalam, which is a very slow tempo of 440 to 124 beats. And then on to the third stage with 112 beats. The fourth stage comprises 56 beats, while the final fifth stage has 28 beats. Apart from the composed part, there is space for improvisation for the Thimila, the Madalam and the Edakya players. More importantly, the Kerala orchestral forms have no conductors as in Western orchestras. The artists communicate through their eyes and gestures. The Madalam has come to be a major component in the performance of classical art forms such as Kathakali. The versatile blend of thala and nada, rhythm and tone, contributes greatly to the movements and expressions of the performer.
പിന്നെ കഥകളിയിൽ സാധാരണയുള്ളത് ചെമ്പട, ചെമ്പ, അടന്ത, പഞ്ചാരി ഈ 4 താളത്തിലുള്ള കലാശങ്ങളും ഇതൊക്കെ. പിന്നെ അതിൻ്റെ അടന്തയുടെ വകഭേദം മുറിയടന്ത, ത്രിപട അതൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. എങ്കിലും ഈ 4 താളത്തിനുള്ളിലുള്ളത് മാത്രമേ കഥകളി വിഷയത്തിൽ താളങ്ങളുള്ളൂ.
Even though the thala structure remains the same for all the bhavas or emotions, it's the Madalam artist's talent that enriches the bhavas being enacted by the artist. Since the Kathakali artist conveys the story through Angika Abhinaya, acting with the body, and not through Vajiga Abhinaya or verbal histrionics, the Madalam plays a vital role in aiding the actor to communicate the bhavas to the spectators. Apart from this, there is ample space in which the Madalam artist can freely improvise. The range of the Madalam has changed through time. Today, it can produce minute sounds of nature such as the drone of a black beetle, as also the sound of the veena or the galloping of a horse. Earlier, Panchavadyam, Keli and Kathakali were limited largely to temples, royal palaces and houses of the landed gentry. Today, it has broken free of such cloistered spaces and reached the wider outside world. No matter where it is played, the unique sound of the Madalam fascinates, enticing the listener into a timeless enchantment of rhythm and sound.
Hello and welcome to the session on Information Services and Products, National Level Information Systems and Networks. The role of information systems and networks in the national level is being increasingly recognized by the scientific and technological information users, policy makers, administrators, scholars, scientists, decision makers, etc. This module discusses some national level information systems and networks. National level information systems. National Institute of Science, Communication and Information Resources, NISCAR. National Institute of Science, Communication and Information Resources (NISCAR), located at New Delhi, India, is one of the leading information science institutes in India under CSIR, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. NISCAR came into existence on 30 September 2002 with the merger of National Institute of Science Communication (NISCOM), formerly known as the Publication and Information Directorate (PDI) and Indian National Scientific Documentation Centre (INSDOC). Both NISCOM and INSDOC, the two premier institutes of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research (CSIR), were devoted to dissemination and documentation of S&T information respectively. With the formation of NISCAR, the multi-faceted activities of INSDOC and NISCOM have been merged, making the newly emerged institution capable of providing best platform for developing human resources using available modern ICT infrastructure in an effective manner. Objectives of NISCAR. The main aim of NISCAR is the dissemination of scientific and technical information through various information products and services provided by the institution. The objectives of NISCAR are as follows: to provide formal linkage of communication among the scientific community in the form of research journals in different areas of science and technology, to disseminate science and technology information to general public, particularly to school students, to inculcate interest in science among them, to collect and disseminate information on plant and mineral wealth and industrial infrastructure of the country, to harness information technology applications in information management with particular reference to science, to act as a facilitator in furthering the economic, social, industrial, scientific, commercial development by providing access to relevant and accurate information, to develop human resources in science communication, library, documentation and information sciences and S&T information management systems and services, to collaborate with international institutions and organizations having objects and goals similar to those of NISCAR. Any other activity in consonance with mission statement of NISCAR. Activities and services of NISCAR. The core activity of NISCAR is to collect or store, publish and disseminate S&T information through a mix of traditional and modern means which benefits different segments of society. To meet the above objectives, the following services and activities are organized: CSIR News and CSIR Samachar. NISCAR publishes CSIR News English fortnightly and CSIR Samachar Hindi monthly. These publications serve as an effective link between various CSIR laboratories. It provides information on various R&D organizations, university departments and industry. National Prior Art Search Services Facility (NPASF). Under this facility, the following services are provided: Prior Art Search Services, Patent Drafting Services, Patent Informatics Services. Editing. NISCAR provides editorial services for conference proceedings, scholarly books, popular science books, etc. for other organizations on man-hour basis. Information services. NISCAR offers various information services. Some of these have been listed below. Translation services. NISCAR provides translation of S&T documents from 20 foreign languages into English. NISCAR provides a reverse translation, English into foreign language also. Bibliometric services. Under this facility, the following services are provided: citation analysis, impact factor of journals, multi-faceted bibliometric analysis, bibliometric analysis. NISCAR is the National Center for ISSN, International Center for Assigning ISSN number to serials published in India. Content Abstract and Photocopy Service (CAPS). Literature Search Service. Medicinal and Aromatic Plant Service based on the Wealth of India and MAPA database. Human Resources Development (HRD). NISCAR's HRD programs can be categorized as follows: short-term training programs, attachment training program, one-side training programs. Book exhibition. To reach the buyer directly, NISCAR participates in most of the books exhibition organized in the country at state, national and international levels. Consultancy programs. NISCAR offers consultancy services in several areas: modernization, automation and reorganizations of libraries and information centers, design and development of specialized databases for various organizations, editing, designing, production and printing, CD-ROM publication jobs. Raw material herbarium and museum. It provides consultancy services on identification of plants and crude drugs of plant origin. The herbarium houses over 8,000 specimens of economic and medicinal plants of India, and the museum comprises over 3,000 samples of crude drugs, animal and mineral specimens. NISCAR has published a handbook on herbaria in India and neighboring countries. Recently, NISCAR has published a book entitled Field Manual on Herbarium Techniques. The book highlights the current approaches for the use of state-of-art technology for collection of plants specimens from various groups of plants, their preservation, identification, nomenclature, methods of documentation of information of plants and management of herbaria and other relevant areas associated with herbarium techniques and research. Popular science magazines. NISCAR publishes popular science magazines in 3 languages. It covers latest scientific developments for all kind of users. Magazines are Science Reporter, English Monthly, Vigyan Pragati, Hindi Monthly, and Science Ki Duniya, Urdu Quarterly. Popular science books. NISCAR publishes a large number of popular science books in several areas, include fundamental science, contemporary area of science and science entertainment. NISCAR has brought out as many as 60 popular science books in English under different series, and 28 books have been brought out in Hindi also. Wealth of India, WOI. WOI is an encyclopedia of Indian natural raw materials. A continuous activity of NISCAR is to publish the supplements of WOI. Bharat Ki Sampada, the Hindi version of Wealth of India, is also available. Electronic publishing. NISCAR publishes a digital version of its major publications such as Indian Science Abstracts, Medicinal and Aromatic Plants Abstracts, The Wealth of India and Raw Materials series. Journals published by NISCAR. NISCAR publishes 17 primary journals and 2 secondary scientific or research journals. These are Indian Journal of Biochemistry and Biophysics bi-monthly, Indian Journal of Biotechnology quarterly, Indian Journal of Geomarine Science bi-monthly, Indian Journal of Chemistry monthly, Indian Journal of Chemistry B monthly, Indian Journal of Chemical Technology bi-monthly, Indian Journal of Experimental Biology monthly, Indian Journal of Radio and Space Physics bi-monthly, Journal of Intellectual Property Rights bi-monthly, Journal of Scientific and Industrial Research monthly, Indian Journal of Engineering and Material Science bi-monthly, Indian Journal of Pure and Applied Physics monthly, Annals of Library and Information Studies quarterly, Indian Journal of Fiber and Textile Research quarterly, Indian Journal of Natural Products and Resources bi-monthly. Formerly it is known as National Products Radiance. Indian Journal of Traditional Knowledge quarterly, Bharatiya Vaigyanik Evam Audyogik Anusadan Patrika Hindi half yearly. NISCAR publishes 2 abstracting journals. These are Medical and Aromatic Plants Abstracts MAPA bi-monthly, Indian Science Abstract ISA fortnightly. Information products of NISCAR. The products of NISCAR include National Union Catalogue of Scientific Serials in India NUCSSI. It provides information about scientific serials, around 35,000 titles of serials including 18,000 current titles. It has been produced in print and machine readable forms. Presently, the online version of NUCSSR is available. Indian patents on CD-ROM. It is a bibliographic database that provides information on more than 52,600 patents granted in India from the year 1975 to 2002. Indian Science Abstracts on CD-ROM. It is a cumulative database of nearly 2 lakhs Indian science abstracts covering the period from January 1990 to December 1999. Compendium of Indian medicinal plants. It gives information on isolation of compounds from plants and describes their biological activities. National Science Library NSL. NSL was set up in 1964. It aims to acquire R&D reference sources, Indian S&T publications, foreign communication technology, computer science, conference proceedings, technical reports, library and information science and other sources relevant to S&T community of the country. The NSL has over 2,40,000 printed collection of S&T documents, which includes monographs, bound volumes of journals, standards, patents, reports, theses or dissertations, online databases and CD-ROM databases, etc. NSL has about 1,20,000 bound volumes of journals. Currently, NSL subscribes about 1,250 Indian periodicals and 300 foreign periodicals. NSL is enriching with 4,256 international e-journals published by 16 publishers. Directory of STM Library and Directory of STM Journal are main products of NSL and e-journal consortium. Institutional repositories and Directory of STM Library are main projects of NSL. Membership of NSL is open to individuals, institutions, and it offers various services that include reader services, document copy supply services, interlibrary loan services, copying service, technical query service, walk-in user facility, online public access catalog, photocopying service, literature search, reference service, content abstract and photocopy service CAPS, bibliometric service and ISSN. International relations. NISCAR maintains relation with number of countries such as Great Britain, Hungary, Egypt, Mexico, Poland, USA, etc. It also cooperates with several national and international organizations for exchange of information. NISCAR is serving while the cause of scientific information in the country. The role of NISCAR in the conglomerate of information system and service is unique. To conclude, NISCAR will play a major role in networked information society that assure its prime importance in the future information market of the country. National Social Science Documentation Center NASDOC. National Social Science Documentation Center NASDOC, New Delhi was set up in 1969 by the Indian Council of Social Science Research ICSSR with the object of providing information support to social science research activities in India. Formerly, its name was SSDC, Social Science Documentation Center. This name was changed to NASDOC in 1985. It is considered as one of the largest repositories of bibliographical databases in the area of social sciences. The objectives of NASDOC are to provide library and information support service to the researcher in the field of social sciences, to provide support to those working in the academic institutions, autonomous research organizations, policy making and planning and research units of government departments, business and industry, to disseminate information about developments in social science research, to inform scholars about the current and retrospective materials available for the research, to provide guidance to libraries of ICSSR regional centers and ICSSR maintained research institutions, to assist research institutions in creating documentation and bibliographic services, to maintain linkage with other documentation and information centers, to bridge the gap between professionals and information technology. Activities of NASDOC: building up a collection of reference materials of research value and collecting unpublished doctoral theses approved by Indian universities and foreign theses on India, research reports of the projects undertaken by ICSSR and other social science research institutions assisted by ICSSR funded seminars and conferences. Providing bibliographic information about Indian publications in social science discipline to international documentation agencies. Bibliographic control over social science materials. Providing document delivery service to scholars from outside Delhi. Awarding study grants to scholars for working at libraries of their interest in India. Providing consultancy to social science institutions in setting up documentation and information centers. Conducting professional training programs under Continuing Education Program, Khana 1996. Research Survey Program. ICSSR conducted this program in 5 disciplines, was economics, geography, political science, psychology, education sociology and social anthropology. All the survey have been published by Council. Services of NASDOC. Bibliography on request. Bibliography on demand is a widely known support service provided by the NASDOC to social science research community. Normally, the request for this paid service are received from scholars living in cities and small towns where library and documentation services are severely limited. NASDOC Library Services. NASDOC Library provides the following services: literature search, consultation facility, reference service, referral service, document delivery service. Reprographic services. Photocopies are provided to the scholars from NASDOC collection and also from its own network. Translation services. Through arrangements with other institutions and translators, NASDOC also provides translation facility to the scholars. MOU between NASDOC and Vidyanidhi. The objective of this MOU is to contribute to the quality research capacities and productivity in social sciences in Indian universities. Documentation Center on Asian Studies, DOCAS. ICSSR set up a DOCAS with financial assistance from Government of Japan. The aim of this center was to foster better relations among the Asian countries and also to ensure progress and welfare of the people of the religion through the dissemination of information as far and wide as possible. Inter-Library Resource Center, ILRC. ILRC was set up in 1975. It is a depository library program in which all important libraries in Delhi participate. It is a rich resource center for back volumes of periodicals, government documents, etc. Documentation programs. The documentation program of NASDOC can be broadly categorized into 2. The program undertaken directly and program assisted by ICSSR. Direct program. Union list of social science periodicals. It is currently available in libraries of Andhra Pradesh, Bombay, Delhi and Karnataka and were brought out in 4 volumes, 1971 to 1972. The work for bringing out lists from other states and cities are going on. Union list of social science serials, 1970-76. NASDOC published a union list of serials. It helps to locate needed serials if available in any of the participating libraries. Union Catalogue of Newspaper in Delhi Libraries. NASDOC published a separate list of newspaper published in Delhi. Directory of Social Science Research Institutions and Organizations in India. It covers address of over thousands of social science research institutions and organizations in India. Mahatma Gandhi Bibliography. The first volume, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, a bibliography, published in 1974. It contains list of monographs in English. The remaining volumes are at various stages of compilation. Retrospective Cumulative Index of Indian Social Science Periodicals. NASDOC has started to prepare Cumulative Index of Social Science Journals to attain bibliographic control over periodical literature. Area Studies Bibliographies. This project aims at compiling bibliographies of social science literature exclusively related to the area concerned. Assisted projects. This program is related to aid documentation works, publication of good reference works, etc. in documentation center and libraries. Language bibliographies. This project aims to cover research materials in social sciences in Indian regional languages. Publications or database of NASDOC. Journals of Abstracts and Reviews biannually. ICSSR publishes journals of abstracts and reviews in 5 disciplines such as economics, geography, political science, psychology, sociology and social anthropology. Documentation in Public Administration quarterly. Vikalpa quarterly. Occasional monograph series. ICSSR newsletter quarterly. Database of research projects reports. Database of PhD dissertations. Directory of Social Science Libraries and Information Centers in India. Directory of Social Science Research and Training Institutions in India. Directory of Asian Social Science Research and Training Institutes or Organizations in India. Union Catalogue of Social Science Periodicals in India. Union Catalogue of CD-ROM database in Social Science Libraries in India. Bibliography on India in 2000 AD. Conclusion. NASDOC cooperate with many national and international organizations. It holds membership of most of the professional organizations. Therefore, NASDOC has a prominent role in providing information and documentation services in the field of social science. Apart from the above activities, NASDOC developed a linkages through the networks like DELNET, Developing Library Network. NASDOC also conduct information services using modern technologies. Defense Scientific Information and Documentation Center, DESIDOC. DESIDOC was set up in 1958 as Scientific Information Bureau, SIB. It was a division of the Defense Science Laboratory, DSL, which is presently called Defense Science Center. The Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO Library, established in 1948, became a division of SIB in 1959. In 1967, SIB was reorganized and renamed Defense Scientific Information and Documentation Center, DESIDOC. It functions as a central agency in DRDO to collect scientific and technical information from various user groups in the defense establishments. It has also a coordination role in the information setup of DRDO. The objectives of DESIDOC are to function as a central information center for providing scientific information, documentation, library, reprographic, translation services to DRDO headquarters and laboratories establishments and to coordinate their scientific information program. To develop an information system for defense science and technology. To provide training and user education programs in the field of scientific information. To provide consultancy and referral services. To publish scientific and technical journals, books and monographs of DRDO. Services of DESIDOC. The various services of DESIDOC are library services. DESIDOC maintains Defense Science Library DSL, a well-equipped library housing 53,000 books, 34,000 technical reports, 1,78,000 standards, 20,000 reprints and 8,000 micro documents. A good collection of British, American, German and Russian patents and a CD-ROM databases, etc. It gives access to online public access catalog, CD-ROM search, document supply service and resource sharing service. Information processing and dissemination. DRDO provides current awareness services and selective dissemination of information to DRDO scientists. This includes newspaper clippings services, IEE or IEEE contents, current contents in military science and technology. Training. It provides training in information collection, processing and dissemination, library automation, database development, online searching, internet use and many areas connected with modern technology. Technical services. It provides various technical services. It includes reprography services, translation services, communication services and printing services. Activities of DAISY-DOC. Internet and email access. DAISY-DOC provides email and internet access to the DRDO laboratories in the country through ERNet and NICNet. DAISY-DOC has established an internet lab to cater to the needs of the internet users. DAISY-DOC provides online searching facility of several international databases through Dialog. Multimedia Laboratory. It provides multimedia authoring, designing and presentation facilities to the top management and the scientific advisor to the Defence Minister. Expertise has been established in image processing, CD writing, audio-video designing, desktop CD publishing and multimedia CD-ROM production. This service meant for DRDO top management technical directorates, DRDO laboratories and other defence units. Printing facility. A full-fledged high-quality printing facility has been established for in-house production of DRDO publications. Reprographic facility. This facility meant for DRDO top management and scientists in their technical presentations. The facility is equipped with a computer-based multicolor slide making system and a digital color copier, high-quality color printers and video recorders, and provides high-quality presentation materials. Information packages. Information is communicated to the concerned users in the form of information packages in various forms. Bibliographies, SDI bulletin, current abstraction on electronics, patent information alert, defense report abstracts, DAISY-DOC list, state of the art report. Computerized information systems. DAISY-DOC developed software packages for the use of libraries like DELMS and Sanjay. Publications of DAISY-DOC. Defense Science Journal bi-monthly, Technology Focus bi-monthly, DRDO Newsletter monthly, DRDO Samachar monthly, published in Hindi. DAISY-DOC Bulletin of Information Technology, DBIT bi-monthly, Popular Science and Technology, R&D Digest bi-monthly, DRDO Science Spectrum, Monographs, Pradyogiki Vishay quarterly. Conclusion. DAISY-DOC is an important national documentation center oriented towards the service to R&D works. It primarily aims at providing information to the defense scientists. The services of DAISY-DOC are beneficial to scientists and research workers engaged in defense-oriented research. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. First, which are the areas of activities of DAISY-DOC? What are the direct programs of NAS-DOC? What are the information products of NISCAR? What are the information packages of DAISY-DOC? What are the publications of NAS-DOC? Hope that you can go through the reference book given here. Information Systems, written by R.K. Bhatt in 2009, published by Pragati Publications, New Delhi. Second one, Handbook of Library Information Systems and Services, a study of networks in India, UK and USA, written by J.K. Khanna in 1966, published by Beacon Books, New Delhi. Third, Library and Society, written by Yashoda Rani and Anil K. Dhiman, written in 2005 and published by SS Publications, New Delhi. Thank you for watching the program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have with us Dr. B.K. Tyagi, eminent scientist, medical orthopodologist, director retired recently from Center for Research in Medical Entomology, Indian Council of Medical Research. We'll be talking about public health challenges on dengue and chikungunya with special reference to Kerala. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pushpalata.
So I would like to know about the common species of mosquitoes, spread epidemics and their life cycle too.
Well, there are over 3,500 species of the mosquitoes spread all over the world, and India contributes almost 400 species. There are many species which are involved in the transmission of vector-borne diseases, and in India the major infections include malaria, filariasis, dengue, chikungunya, and certain other infections which are transmitted by non-mosquito insect species and their allies. As far as dengue and chikungunya are concerned, which have been prevalent in the state of Kerala for quite some time now, the two mosquitoes which are very important are Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus.
Sir, could you explain the cause of infection, especially dengue?
The infection of dengue is caused by dengue viruses, which are of 4 different types. These viruses are transmitted to humans by the bite of the mosquito, which is also infective. When the mosquito bites with the infection to a person, the virus is inoculated into the human system, and the virus then goes for a long time into the human system, and then it finally comes to the peripheral blood vascular system, and that is the time when a person starts having high fever. During this high fever time, the mosquito, if it bites a person, the person will be the source of infection to mosquito, or in other words, the mosquito will pick up the virus from the human.
Sir, how is it different from the infection of filariasis?
Yeah, filariasis is a kind of infection which is caused by a group of the worms. The worm which is very prevalent in India causing lymphatic filariasis is Wuchereria benkofftii, and the infection of Wuchereria benkofftii is brought about by a mosquito called Culex quinquefasciatus. This is entirely a different mosquito than those of the dengue mosquitoes, and the other type of the lymphatic filariasis, which is caused by Brugia malae, and the type of infection which is common in Kerala and certain other pockets of the country, is transmitted by, along with Culex concafaciatus, also by a group of mosquitoes called Mansonia mosquitoes, which are rampant in Kerala.
Yeah. Sir, malaria also was very prevalent olden days, but now it's not that much problematic. But I would like to know about malaria also.
True, malaria has been always the number one vector-borne infection, had been causing all over the country a lot of mortality and morbidity. Fortunately, due to good line of anti-malarials now available and good anti-malarial campaign done during last couple of decades, malaria in the country is now reduced to less than 2 million cases. Malaria is a kind of infection which is transmitted by another group of the mosquitoes. These mosquitoes belong to the genus Anopheles. There are about 10 such species which may transmit malaria in the country, of which nearly 5 and 6 species are said to be the primary vectors, because wherever they are the number one to transmit infection. Of these vectors of malaria, 2 mosquitoes are noteworthy. One is Anopheles culissifacis, which in the country is responsible for nearly 65 to 70% of the malaria transmission in the country. The other mosquito, which is a mosquito of the urban environment and is responsible for transmission for roughly 12 to 15% of the malaria in the country, is Anopheles eastephanciae.
Okay. Sir, okay, we have to control disease means we have to go for control measures to control mosquito vectors. So what are the common control measures as to control the vectors, disease vectors?
Absolutely true. In most of the cases of vector-borne infections, the control is basically involving insecticidal treatment to either the places where the mosquitoes rest or where the mosquitoes tend to breed into the water bodies. In case of malaria, indoor residual spraying by certain insecticides had been tried out during the last 5 to 6 decades, has been very successful, particularly in the time of 1940 late and 1950s and 60s. DDT was very successful.
Yes.
However, once the mosquitoes developed resistance, other groups of the insecticides came into picture, and currently the group comprising pyrethroids are effective, and they are being used in certain situations where the mosquitoes have developed resistance against older insecticides. The pyrethroids are proving very effective. However, because the indoor residual spraying also has certain technical constraints, a new technology involving impregnation of the sleeping bed nets, and the whole thing is called as impregnated bed nets, long lasting impregnated bed nets, is also now being made available to be used by the people, and this is said to be very useful because they stay for almost 5 to 6 years, and they prevent the contact by the mosquito with the person who is sleeping inside, and in this way it is reported that malaria cases had been reduced to a great extent by the use of these long-lasting
Yes, sir.
nets.
What is the status of biological control in using mosquito control?
Biological control is a very important method to control. There are instances where biological control methods had been found very useful, particularly in case of malaria. We have the example of malaria control in Gujarat by integrated methodologies involving the fishes in large open body of waters where malaria mosquito were breeding, and these fishes are very specific fishes trying to feed on the mosquito larvae as a preference, and this greatly reduced the mosquito breeding into open water bodies and brought a great change into the malaria scenario in many parts of Gujarat.
Yes.
Similarly, I would recall a very important experiment which was done in Kerala in 1980s when Brugia Malai lymphatic filariasis was rampant in Kerala. It was a great experiment done over here by releasing certain fishes into the ponds which were commonly available in the houses and premises of the Gambusia, etc., silver fishes, tilapia, etc., and then this has completely eradicated the mosquito which were breeding in those ponds and had brought down the cases of Brugia Malai cases in the state to a very great extent.
So nowadays many repellents are available in the market. How effective is using
repellents? Is another very good way. It's unlike the insecticides which bring about the kill to the mosquito stages. In case of the repellents, this functions on the basis of bringing about a cessation of the contact of the mosquito with the man, as a result of which the transmission cannot take place. There are many repellents available in the Indian market, but for the first time the government department like Defense Research Organization has brought out by making a commercial opening a repellent called DEPA, which was originally invented by one of the ICMR institutes, and this has now been developed into many formulation. There are many formulation of DEPA available commercially also. They are open in many outlets in the country.
Safe at use.
And safe at use. There had been all the kinds of necessary biochemical investigations had been done on the use of this repellent, and is effective from 6 to 8 hours. A very good first such a repellent which protects a person for over 6 to 8 hours and is easily available and is recommended by the Government of India for use of the military armed forces people in difficult front areas.
Sir, you have been working in Center for Research in Medical Entomology for quite a long time.
Yes.
Recipient of so many awards. I would like to know your contribution to this particular field of research.
Yeah, thank you. It had been a wonderful experience having served at Center for Research in Medical Entomology for about 10 years. I worked in many areas while I was working in CRME. My major contribution at the CRME would always be remembered for my contribution for discovering Aedes albopictus, the mosquito in Kerala which was proved to be the primary vector of dengue in Kerala, and this has resulted in modifying some policies at the various levels within the country and other places also, in the sense that people started understanding that under certain situations Aedes albopictus can be as dangerous as the other mosquito known for its involvement in transmission, Aedes aegypti.
Yes.
And in a place like Kerala, Aedes albopictus proved its dominance, proved its ferocity.
Very great discovery, sir.
The second, another important contribution that I can always be very proud of is the discovery of the diagnostic tools for Japanese encephalitis, another disease which has been responsible for killing the children up to about 12 years of age all over the world, and in India, South India was one place that Japanese encephalitis always affected. So we had developed a diagnostic tool at CRME, and which proved to be a very good tool for making surveillance of Japanese encephalitis virus in the state, which could help in understanding the scenario of the Japanese encephalitis virus, so that we can take an action early and we can possibly reduce the vector population in an area where there could be a danger of virus transmission. So this particular technology we had transferred to the Tamil Nadu government.
That was the two main technologies you have transferred.
Yes, this was one of them. The other one also which we developed was to assist the taxonomists. We developed a kind of a kit by which the technicians and other junior scientists could use this small tool. By fixing it with a microscope, they can easily study the taxonomic feature of the mosquito vectors and flies, and they can identify in the field itself the involved vector species.
Okay, sir. What should be the role of common man to control disease vectors?
It's always a $1 billion question. We understand that the designated institutions always do their best. Nevertheless, it is very important that communities also come forward to take up certain challenges.
Yes, sir.
India is a very vast country, and unless people, particularly those who are knowledgeable people, those who are intelligent people, they must come forward and take certain responsibilities both on individual as well as community level basis. Their contribution, along with the health authorities at the state and central level, will be a great asset, will be a great utility in reducing the breeding sources of the vector populations. Take the example of dengue and chikungunya. The vectors are the same.
Yes, sir.
And the vectors breed right within and around the houses. And if the people who are living in that community are able to empty or topsy-turvy those vessels where the mosquito is breeding just every third day, there would be hardly ever any chance of the mosquito breeding into their vicinity. It's the understanding that we have to shoulder the responsibility of not allowing any of the vector mosquito breeding in our house or premises of our houses. And if that is done with a simple understanding of mosquito biology, I think we can do wonders in preventing the onset of any disease outbreak in our communities.
The very easy method to kill control the vector is, I think, to interfere with the larval stages.
Yes, there are certain mosquitoes where the adult control is difficult.
Yeah.
Because of their biology, because of their behavior, and because also of their development to resistance against a particular insecticide. Take the example of Culex quinquefasciatus. It's a very difficult mosquito because it breeds in all kinds of dirty, polluted waters. Sometimes boxed drains where it is difficult to spray and all that. So in those cases, control of the larvae becomes important, integral to the overall control.
Yes, sir.
So there are certain larvicides by which we can control the larval population.
And we have advantages also,
and
sir.
We have
enough duration to treat the larval stages than to the adult or the egg.
Same also for dengue and chikungunya. The mosquito in the adult cannot be so comfortably controlled because it rests outside. Dengue vector like Aedes albopictus rests completely outside the premises.
Yes, sir.
And dengue vector Aedes aegypti rests mostly not on the walls but on the hangings.
Yes, sir.
Maybe clothing, maybe other artifacts and all. So it is very difficult to control the adult. So therefore the larval control becomes a feasibility either by using a biological control or by using a chemical control. There is a particular chemical, Tamifos, which is available and which is to be used at a dose which is absolutely safe for human consumption also.
Okay.
So if this is done periodically, once in a week or so, as per the prescription of the hospital or of the health authorities, I think there would be hardly any chance of any mosquito breeding into our water utensils.
Okay, sir. So even though the government have taken many measures to control mosquitoes, there will be seasonal outbreak of diseases. We always experience seasonal outbreak. What are the main factors causative factors to contribute this particular situation?
Yeah, I agree with you that most of the vector-borne infections are seasonal infections, in the sense the more the water bodies are available, the more the mosquitoes breed, and that also results into sudden resurgence of the infection. What is most important here is to see that in case of a disease like malaria, the program of controlling the malaria, which is to control the adult, has to be done very effectively before the monsoon season sets in.
Yes, sir.
We may not have any control on the water coming as rains, but we may always have a control on the mosquito population naturally available for breeding into the that period. So if the control of the mosquito population, where the malaria is rampant, is done very effectively before the monsoon sets in, you will have very little mosquitoes to breed into the monsoon period, virtually causing no harm, no damage or no escalation into the malaria cases. Similarly, in case of dengue mosquitoes, which also comes as a seasonal infection. Suddenly in July and August, when the rains come, you find the cases are shooting up.
Yeah.
Here also, what is most important is to understand the mosquito breeds absolutely in the fresh water, the potted water.
Yeah.
So what is important here is that any water that we use to store in or around our houses, we must see to it that they are either treated, if they are not convertible, or they are not removable or emptyable, or they should be made emptied.
Yes.
If this is done, even during the period of the monsoon will remain ineffective for the breeding of the mosquito, because mosquito breeds in the potted water only.
Yes.
So if the monsoon is coming and is stretching water outside on the road, the mosquito is not going to touch that. In the pots having water, either we treat it with a insecticide or larvicide like Tamifos, or we empty them with the Tamifos once a week, or we empty them every third day. I think that will take care of it. And we don't allow any solid waste to be accumulated in our premises or nearby where we as a community live. Solid waste is a major contributor nowadays, because you can see that wherever these are dumped, these store water and the mosquito tend to freely breed into that. So we look into these aspects as a community, and there are possibilities where these can be disposed of or recycled, and we can keep our area more or less neat and clean, and the mosquito would not get. There are instances in many other countries where people have brought about such a change into their ecosystem, and the control of dengue and malaria in many countries has been a reality.
So we are continuing with integrated vector control program, sir. How we can comparable with international programs?
Yeah, this is another $1 billion question. The point here is that each of these diseases are to be dealt with in a separate manner, because their biologies are different, their control programs are different. Take the example of Japanese encephalitis, another very serious infection transmitted by mosquito, particularly to the children below the age of 12 years. Many countries today have become free from the impact of Japanese encephalitis because they have vaccinated their populations. They are vaccinated not only the human population, but also the amplifying swine population, so that the virus is completely prevented to get transmitted from one host to another host. Now, this particular mechanism seems to be very simple, and in India also the vaccination has been going on in one state or another state for quite some time. A state like Tamil Nadu, which has done it about 7 or 8 years from now, has virtually controlled Japanese encephalitis, simply because the rate of distribution of vaccine and the receiving community were very encouraging to the process. the coverage was almost 90% or 95%, so much so that that entire population was covered. Now, if this scenario is continued in other places as well, there would be hardly any possibility for Japanese encephalitis virus to get a transmission across. You take the example of dengue. There was a time when in Singapore they had completely controlled dengue, both the vector and the disease. The point here is this: there are instances both in India and across the Indian borders into many other countries where some of the vector-borne diseases had been completely annihilated or controlled. And we need to learn these lessons from how they did it and have to possibly understand what we can transform into our own socio-economic development, and we can follow our own available resources to get rid of these diseases. It is a possibility. There was a disease called guinea worm infection,
yes, sir,
dracunculiasis, which was heavily prevalent in country in 1970s, 80s, and so forth. And then the simple method used was to filter the water so that the organisms which were carrying the parasite, the cyclops which were carrying the parasite, were filtered. They were stopped to go into the drinking vessel, and then the people were drinking only the well filtered water without having the worms coming to their system, and this prevented the longevity or continuity of the parasite. Now there are examples, therefore, both in Indian states other than Kerala and in many other countries where some of these vector-borne infections had been, like in Sri Lanka recently. They have declared Sri Lanka as a country which has eliminated lymphatic filariasis. Now, these examples become good examples for countries like us, where we are trying very hard to see that our country also eliminate these infections at a very early date. India has already done a great piece of effort, and in a couple of years, hopefully we will be also one of those very few countries which will be declaring elimination of lymphatic filariasis from India.
Thank you very much, sir. The talk was so informative, and as a common man, we could understand what are the special, with different kinds of mosquitoes who spread diseases, and these disease vectors can be controlled by our day-to-day activities. Like, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for this informative talk.
So nice of you, Professor.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. In this session, we will be focusing on the theory of existentialism and how it applies to art. We are aware that most of the pre-20th century philosophers were concerned with the abstract questions of idea, form, reason, and so on. Most of these theoreticians failed to recognize the immediate condition in which the human being is placed. The anxiety, boredom, and alienation one feels in real life was surprisingly neglected by earlier philosophers. It is the existentialists who gave focus to these realities of human existence. Existentialism as a philosophical and literary movement came into prominence during the period adjacent to Second World War. But existentialist ideas can be seen in the work of many earlier philosophers. Soren Kierkegaard and Friedrich Nietzsche are considered to be the pioneers of existentialist thought. Soren Kierkegaard offered metaphysical solution to the problem of being, but Nietzsche followed a nihilistic approach. Husserl and Heidegger are also considered to be existentialists in their approach. Existentialism was not only a philosophical movement, many of the thinkers expressed their ideas through their literary works too. So the key figures of existentialist thought also include well-known literary figures like Dostoevsky. Many existentialists refuse themselves to be called as existentialists. The key figures of the movement are Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, Camus, Marshall, Merleau-Ponty, so on. Existentialism, like Dadaism, can also be thought of as a movement born out of angst of post-war Europe. Men felt abandoned in an absurd world. The faith in social systems were lost, and this in turn led to the theory of the freedom of the individual. To an existentialist, existence is more important than essence. The being feels that he is in a world where others exist. The conscious being feels self and that which is not the self, the other. Most of the time, the world appears to be hostile. The being can choose the way in which he interacts with this world. It is this choice of will which defines the freedom of an individual. The series of conscious decisions or choice defines the destiny of an individual. Thus, the existentialists believe that an individual wills his own destiny. For existentialism, human freedom grounds the very possibility of knowledge in its deepest form, that is, the capacity of human beings to reveal something about reality. The freedom of will thus gives the possibility to humans to search for knowledge in its deepest form. He can search for the reality of his own existence. Then there arises a question of the creation of the self and the other. This question was answered by existentialist thinkers in two different ways. One way accepts the existence of God and the other way denies it. Gabriel Marshall and Buber belong to the first group of Christian existentialists. Gabriel Marshall defines human freedom in metaphysical terms as the capability of the human mind to make itself available to the will of the Creator, the great other. Atheistic existentialist thinkers like Camus, Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, Merleau-Ponty and others do not accept faith in God to be an answer to the condition of human freedom. To them, a definite objective answer to this problem may not be possible within the current human capacity. One can only search for an objective meaning inside a world which offers absurd conditions of existence. And a search for order brings them into direct conflict with the universe. But reality offers freedom of the will with which an individual can determine his choices and action. The only positive feature of human reality is the feeling of responsibility towards oneself and others. Only a man of real freedom can take on this in a proper, responsible manner. Others will deny themselves the search for existential answers by playing predefined roles throughout their life. Sartre named such a human as somebody with bad faith. Marshall defines such a person as functional man. When the self exists in the world, it goes through many conditions. One such condition is the state of dread. Dread needs the existence of other objects in the world. There is another somewhat similar state, anxiety. For anxiety, an interaction with the other is not needed. It is a self-induced state. Anxiety comes out of our understanding of the total freedom of choice that confronts us every living moment. An individual has to decide his actions every moment, and this shapes his future. Anxiety also comes forth from the individual's confrontation with nothingness. Sartre states nothingness is our inherent lack of self. We are in constant pursuit of a self. Nothingness is the creative wellspring from which all human possibilities can be realized. Our awareness of death can bring us freedom or anguish. Existentialist philosophers use the Danish term angst rather than anxiety to define the condition of insecurity and despair. Look at the painting presented here. This is a painting done by Edvard Munch, the great Norwegian modern master. For an existentialist, the being and the world are not static but dynamic. Every being is in a state of becoming, in a state of continuous change. The constant flux and momentum of everyday existence, the feeling of pain, dread and angst find expression through this masterwork. Sartre says that every imaginary presentation of the world is an act of a freedom speaking to other freedoms about possible ways of engaging freedom in the world. In this sense, the above painting is also a statement about human freedom. To an existentialist, meaning is generated continuously by the being in its interaction with the other. What an artist does is to impose a structure, a possibility of meaning to a chaotic world and present it within the framework of specificity. A choice of freedom taken by the artist reveals a fundamental existential attitude towards the world, and this attitude finds its expression in the work of art. But it is to be stressed that the manifestation of subjective expression found in a work of art is not that which is essentially important, but the statement of freedom embedded within it. Thus, artistic practice is linked to ethical and political choices. The danger here is that the artist can have a bad faith and base his choice upon it. The stress on decisive subjective choice makes an existentialist work different from an artwork of romanticism. Freedom and self-determination are active notions for the existentialist, while in a romantic work, nature takes over the self-determination of the artist. But existential writer Camus, in his book The Outsider, creates instances where, to liberate oneself from the illusion of meaning, one abandons the self in communion with nature or indulge in eroticism. This may also be taken as a hedonistic escape from freedom due to bad faith. It is the intention of the artist which creates meaning. Imagination is a specific type of intentional activity. The capacity of imagination can be seen as a very clear act of human freedom in deriving meaning. It is an act of creation. It exists in presence and absence. To explain it better, remember that for imagining the other, the presence of other is not needed. The other may be attributed new qualities and transformed into new forms in imagination. In imagination, the absence of the object is embedded together with nothingness. It is absent here and now, thus stands outside space and time. Imagination thus offers freedom than perception. This is the freedom employed by artists through their intentional choice of actions. The artist enjoys the freedom of choice to select certain parts from the other and discard some, give a new order in arranging them. This intentional act creates order and meaning to the represented. So, artistic practice is a visible presentation of human freedom. It demonstrates that humans are capable of recreating a new world from the given world. Imagination happens inside human consciousness. A particular worldview is established by consciousness as an act of its intention to impart structure to the outside world. This is a human faculty related to the capacity of language. An artist is a person who holds a specific world perspective in a coherent way. This distinguishes an artist from a common perceiver. The painting The Scream by Edvard Munch may appear to stand in reverse to what we have stated now. It appears to have dissolved the ordered structure of the world and introduces chaos. It is not so. Edward Munch has created a new order. He gave form to the chaos of dread and angst one feels. Imagination alters the forms of the world to a more meaningful expression of its real nature. Munch is a creator of a new order, a new style with a coherent worldview, and it is a pure expression of human condition. Here, the existentialists can be stated as attributing artists with special power. This theory may appear in par with the Romantics' theory of genius, but the existentialist artists are theoretically placed at a position of failure. Expressive activity can only be an attempt of the expression of human freedom. It succeeds only in imagination. In real world, it will fail because sensory perception presents a world wherein there is too much to reveal. Examining the above point will make it clear why most of the existentialists considered theatre to be more expressive in a system of arts. It is imagination contained within real world. Sartre has also made a sharp differentiation between an artisan and an artist. An artisan is someone whose inspiration comes from a concept within a known method of production. He is also aware of the specific function which the manufactured object will be used for before beginning the process of production. It is predetermined. Because of that, for an artisan, essence precedes existence. This process differs from a real artist who continues to make choices of selection during the process of creation. The traditional religious theory of creation of the world also follow the artisan pattern. According to Sartre, God in traditional religion is conceived to be a craftsperson. The art critic Harold Rosenberg, while talking about existentialism in relation to abstract expressionism, stated that a painting is a metaphor of life, where every decision has to start something new. This viewpoint is somewhat different from the pessimistic view on subjectivity opted by most of the atheistic existentialists. Because of their allegiance to human subjectivity, they rejected the idea of abstraction and preferred representation in art. Accordingly, art with human figuration is considered closer to the leftist position proposed by existentialists like Sartre. Sartre's famous book Nausea centers around the theme of the body. A human subject is aware and tormented by the existence of the body. Likewise, the body of the painting, the real material with which it is made, became a theme in itself for artists. This started during 1900s in the Fauvist movement. Later art movements in Europe, contemporary to the important existential thinkers, can be seen to ponder similar existential questions. An important group of this period is the Cobra group. Cobra artists never tried to idealize the human condition or present an abstract reduction of reality. They used figuration to express the horror and boredom of living. Francis Bacon also was contemporary to Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir. His paintings show the existential human condition in all its fury. Bacon's paintings tell the anguish, torment and boredom of the human subject. Artists like Edward Munch pondered more on inner existence of the subject through his works like The Cry, Anguish, so on. In Bacon, we see that the body in its physical and material form is tormented by the physical world through the conflict. He has painted more than 30 versions of Pope Innocent X, a painting done by Velázquez in 1650s. The 17th century master paints the Pope to be in calm repose. In Bacon's 20th century version, the figure is transformed into a representation of torment. Giacometti is also considered to be a prominent artist whose works contain existential anguish. It was Sartre who wrote a preface to his exhibition of 1948. In it, Sartre states that Giacometti's figures represent the human. They are the epitome of existentialist humanity, alienated, solitary and lost. But Giacometti never claimed himself to be an existentialist. Other artists like Jean Buffet, Jean Fortrier and Waltz also became associated with existentialist philosophy at the time. A painter who is contemporary to us and is significant in terms of existential thought is Anselm Kiefer. His artworks stand more closely towards the metaphysical school of existential thought. But as a dialectic contrast, he experiments with material. One example is the sculpture of a cloud which was created by using the metal lead. Only the form of the object is retained and its subjectivity totally altered. Existentialist elements found in all these artists may be summarized as follows. They abandoned the contemporary trend of abstraction to go back to representation. Questions concerning the body and material found expression in these works. The form of the object is distorted through a process of unmaking, thus deforming the object. This was used to represent the conflict of the subject in relation to the world. Maurice Merleau-Ponty in 1945 essay Cézanne's Doubt examined Paul Cézanne's investigations into the phenomena of visual perception. Merleau-Ponty was instrumental in integrating phenomenology to visual perception. Sartre has already done the primary work by integrating certain elements from Husserl. In this essay, Merleau-Ponty argues that the perspective we feel to be real in living is not scientifically geometric, and Cézanne discovered this fact through his post-impressionistic experiments. In this argument, Ponty is advancing the theory of Husserl. Merleau-Ponty's treatise, The Phenomenology of Perception, published in 1945, influenced the later movement of minimalism. Before concluding our session, let us also examine some points of criticism raised against existential thought. It is hopelessly pessimistic in its approach to the question of human existence. The arguments are totally individualistic and isolationist and permits unreasonable freedom to the individual. But a real understanding of existentialist thought will reveal that it was mostly a phenomenological movement. Ethics was given only secondary importance. Above all, the freedom it dealt with was responsible and not hedonistic or destructive. Existentialism was a humanistic movement. It considers subjectivity only as a starting point. Sartre states in treatise, existence is a humanism. What man needs is to find himself again and to understand that nothing can save him from himself, not even a valid proof of the existence of God. In this sense, existentialism is optimistic. It is a doctrine of action, and it is only by self-deception, by confining their own despair with ours, that Christians can describe us as without hope. It is time we conclude this session. Bye till we meet again.
and welcome to the session on mental health. Today we will discuss the concept, its relevance and characteristics and its relation to school. Would you like to understand the concept of mental health? Health is often used to refer to a state of physical, mental, social and spiritual well-being of the individual. Thus, mental health is one of the components of the broad concept of health. It is concerned with an optimum level of emotional and behavioral adjustment of the individual. It's a state of maintaining harmony or balance between the needs, desires, aspirations and attitudes of the individual with respect to the prevailing conditions in the external environment. What today is broadly understood by mental health can have its origins tracked back to developments in public health, in clinical psychiatry and in other branches of knowledge. In 1948, the WHO, World Health Organization, was created, and in the same year, the first International Congress on Mental Health took place in London. At the second session of the WHO's Expert Committee on Mental Health and mental hygiene were defined as follows. Mental hygiene refers to all the activities and techniques which encourage and maintain mental health. Mental health is a condition subject to fluctuations due to biological and social factors which enables the individual to achieve a satisfactory synthesis of his own potentially conflicting instinctive drives, to form and maintain harmonious relations with others, and to participate in constructive changes in his social and physical environment. However, a clear and widely accepted definition of mental health as a discipline was still missing. Significantly, the Darwin's Medical Dictionary does not carry an entry on mental health, whereas the Campbell's Dictionary of Psychiatry gives it two meanings. First, as a synonym of mental hygiene, and second, as a state of psychological well-being. The Oxford English Dictionary defines mental hygiene as a set of measures to preserve mental health and later refers to mental health as a state. In addition, given this polysemic nature of mental health, its delimitation and relation to psychiatry is not always clear. There is a more or less widespread effort to set mental health at least aside from psychiatry and at most as an overchanging concept which encompasses psychiatry. Mental health covers an elusive and diffuse field, and the term itself encompasses a multiplicity of meanings. For our purpose, the various definitions of mental health can be grouped into three categories such as medical, a psychological or a social phenomenon. The confusion in definition is compounded by the overlapping and merging of the three positions. Mental health as a medical phenomenon. This orientation to mental health carries thinking about biophysiological phenomena and particularly the conception of systems, that is, groups of body organs and parts that together perform one or more vital functions. In medicine, judgment of an individual's health status is made on the basis of an assessment of the adequacy of functioning of these systems. Individual patients' responses are considered against supposedly usual or typical reactions, and sufficient and pattern deviation from these norms leads to a description of him as ill. Mental health too, in its most rudimentary medical meaning, denotes that an individual's psychic system functions at a level deemed satisfactory. In making judgments about the health of an individual, it is necessary to take into account his total functioning, for the malfunctioning of part of a system may be compensated by other body mechanisms. A system functions satisfactorily so long as it is homeostatic, and illness is either the lack of or instability of such a balance. mental health as a psychological phenomenon. While indeed there is much overlap between the medical and psychological approaches to mental health, there are discernible differences. The focus of psychology has been on the formulation of general laws, and this while the physician's primary focus has been on the deviant or the ill, much of the psychologist's interest is on mental illness. Certainly in clinical practice, psychologists find it necessary to order persons along a continuum. It is at this point in the field of mental health that the medical and psychological orientations become inextricably involved. Whereas the sick well continuum dominates the medical orientation, an abnormal normal continuum characterize the psychological approach. Most of the efforts to measure mental health have ended up as attempts to operationalize medical criteria of mental illness. Nevertheless, the current thinking regarding positive definitions of mental health, according to researchers including individual's attitude toward himself, realization of potential, unification of function, independence of social influences, conception of the world, resilience, and mastery of life. Mental health as a social phenomenon. A third approach to mental health is that which regards mental health as a social phenomenon. Unlike the medical and psychological emphasis on intra-psychic functioning, the social approach focuses primarily on overt behavior. One order of assessment of mental health according to social criteria is provided by measures of performance in social roles. These consist of estimates of the extent to which individuals follow and respond to the community's normative prescriptions and expectations of appropriate behavior in roles related to occupation and work, social participation, use of leisure, and family relations. Now let's proceed to discuss the relevance and characteristics of mental health. The term mental hygiene is closely related to mental health. We use the term hygiene to refer to keeping one and one's living and working areas neat and clean in order to prevent illness and diseases. When we extend this concept to the domain of mind, it stands for the art of developing, maintaining, and promoting necessary behavioral, emotional, and social skills to sustain good, effective, and efficient mental health. One can achieve this by following some basic strategies at mental and behavioral levels in one's daily life. These are described here. At first is reality contact. In order to maintain good and sound mental health, it is important to have a realistic appraisal of one's own reactions, emotions, and abilities. If you are in touch with reality, you may be able to avoid a number of disappointments and frustrations in your daily life. Next is impulse control. A person with healthy adjustment would have good control over his or her behaviors and impulses. So, in order to maintain good mental health, it is necessary that you should be in complete control over your impulsive behaviors. Still another one is the self-esteem. The awareness about oneself is called self-concept. It includes all the statements about I or me expressed in terms of feelings, beliefs, and values. The self-concept is sum total of all that a person is aware about his or her own self. Self-esteem is the evaluative component of self. The personal evaluation of self could be either positive or negative. A sense of personal adequacy or positive self-concept is essential for mental health. Then another one is the positive thoughts. The quality of mental health depends on whether we direct our thoughts in positive or negative ways. Negative thoughts generate negative emotions such as anger, hate, jealousy, fear, and despair. The effect of such negative emotions on our mind is unhealthy. They also harm the endocrine system. Therefore, in order to maintain good mental health, we need to develop the power of positive thinking, which generates positive emotions such as love, joy, happiness, hope, compassion, empathy and optimism in us. Such emotions strengthen our capacity to cope with various life challenges. In order to understand mental health in a better way, you are required to know the meaning of mental ill health and mental illness. Mental ill health is defined as the absence of the qualities of positive mental health in the individual. For example, if someone among you often displays negative feelings and attitudes about others, you can assume that this person is displaying the characteristics of mental ill health. Mental illness is a broad term which includes almost all the disorders of behavior which are caused by faulty perception, emotion, thinking and attitude. Such individuals have problems in making adjustment with others in the society. Are you eager to know about the indicators or signs of poor mental health? Here are they. Haphazard and disorganized daily life routine. Short-tempered and irritating behavior. Anger and aggressive behavior. Restlessness. Increased or poor appetite and indigestion. Irregular sleeping patterns such as insomnia, disturbed sleep or narcolepsy, that is excess sleep. Poor interpersonal relationships. Anxiety and worry. Negative attitude towards self and others. Withdrawing from relationships. Irregular and abnormal physiological conditions, for example, blood pressure, heart palpitation and pulse rate. Excessive use of drugs, example alcohol, tranquilizers and hallucinogens. Cigarette smoking and use of tobacco in other forms. The described things may cause threat to mental health. If an individual is frequently involved in such behaviors or remains in a particular state for a long period, then it is more likely that he or she may develop various kinds of mental disorders. It is very important to know about the behaviors which sustain mental health. In modern life, scientific and technological advances have created many facilities for comfort. However, if we develop dependency on them, our lifestyle becomes very sedentary and fragile. In order to overcome the risk involved in such a life, we should observe certain precautions and engage in behaviors which promote and sustain good health. Ayurveda, the science of Indian medicine, deals with 4 aspects of lifestyle which can ensure good health in us. These include right food, that is ahara, right recreation, that is vihara, right routine, that is achara, and right thinking, that is vichara. Observing certain practices ensures a healthy and happy life. Let us examine each of these aspects in some detail. At first, we will discuss food, that is ahara. Food is the most important aspect of life. Compared to non-vegetarian food, vegetarian food is safe and invigorating for a healthy body. For better health, one must eat fresh fruits and vegetables with enough fiber content. Oily, spicy, junk and processed food causes obesity, hypertension, heart disease, diabetes, gastric ulcer and even cancer. Our daily food should contain green vegetables, fresh fruits, beans, honey, curd, milk, butter, oil which provide enough vitamins, minerals, iron, antioxidants and fibers. In addition, there should be a balanced proportion of each category of food in our daily intake. We should also maintain fixed meal times. Chewing food properly and eating in controlled manner are good for health. The second one is routine or achara. Routine consists of 3 kinds of activities in which an individual indulges in. These are taking food and doing activities as per the seasonal demands called ritucharya. It means taking food and doing activities in accordance with the seasons. We must eat and act according to the characteristics of seasons. Thus, in summer, we should take light food containing little oil but plenty of fluids such as curd, fruit juice, rice curry and beans. During the winter and autumn seasons, sweet and salty food can be taken in larger quantities such as milk products, vegetable soup, ghee, rice and oily food. During the spring season, light food with a less content of oil should be taken such as preparation containing gram and rice. During the rainy season, food with astringent, acidic, salty and sweet taste are taken. Day routine, that is Dinacharya, and night routine, that is Ratricharya, refer to eating and doing activities according to the time of day and night. One should get up early in the morning before sunrise. Drinking water should be the first act after waking. It ensures smooth excretion of body waste and is a sure remedy for constipation. After excretion of fecals and cleaning of teeth, massage of the body should be done before taking bath. Thus, there should be proper time for each and every activity in the cycle of 24 hours. The third one is recreation or vihara. Doing exercise and morning walk are the most important components of recreation. It makes the body light and strong. It increases the immunity, resistance power of the body and capability to work. During exercise, toxins of the body are excreted with perspiration. It increases the appetite of the individual. The health problems such as heart disease and diabetes are also controlled by daily exercise. Exercise delays the aging process and prevents impotence. It helps in purifying blood as the increased intake of oxygen and expulsion of carbon dioxide helps removal of dead cells from the body. Recreational activities like music also help in maintaining good health. The fourth one is thinking, vichara. Sound and positive mental health can only be maintained with right kind of thinking. A person who is mentally fit and healthy has self-satisfaction, accommodative intellect, ability to accept criticism, understanding of the emotional needs of others and self-control. Such individuals are neither driven by greed or lust nor dominated by fear, anger, attachment, jealousy, guilt or worry. On the social front, an individual with a positive thinking enjoys good friendships and earns respect from everybody. Thus, an individual can maintain a sound, healthy and happy life if she or he follows the above health promotion behavior. In this context, a discussion on mental health in school is inevitable. Since a healthy body is the most essential element in determining mental health, there should be provision for play activities, physical exercise and regular medical checkup in schools. Unhealthy competitions leading to the acquisition of jealousy, hatred, etc. and that should be checked. Favoritism and unfavorable comparison should be avoided. In the classroom, a democratic climate should be maintained. Students should be given opportunities for self-expression. They should be helped to face and solve their problems with patience and tolerance. Avoid corporal punishment and encourage self-discipline in the democratic line. Psychological and scientific methods of teaching will automatically create mental health in the children. Mental health of student is very much influenced by mental health of teachers. Mental health of the teacher is much more important than the mental health of the student. If a teacher is not sound in his mental health, he cannot do justice to his students and cannot provide guidance for solving their problems. His maladjustment may have adverse effect on children. Therefore, it is essential to understand the causes of maladjustment of teachers also and to take remedial measures. There are so many programs to improve mental health of teachers. Improving teacher-teacher relation is very important. The success of the school depends upon the cooperation of teachers. The school should provide better environment for creating goodwill among the teachers for which frequent meetings to discuss the problems and clarify misunderstandings should be held. Another thing is improving teacher-headmaster relations. There is a tendency on the part of the headmaster as well as teachers to blame each other for any failure in the functioning of the school. The headmaster can do a lot of things in order to avoid such a situation and to improve the relations. He should be a friend and guide to his colleagues. Another important thing is arranging in-service courses. The school should arrange in-service courses for teachers to refresh their knowledge of the subjects concerned as well as to familiarize them with innovative methods of teaching. They should be provided with library and laboratory facilities. Conducting seminar is very important. Periodical seminars should be arranged for discussing problems of education. It will provide opportunity of knowing the points of view of other workers in the field through mutual discussion. They keep the teachers abreast with the new trends and developments in the field of education and also provide them with an opportunity to develop a feeling of belonging with the institution as well as the programs. Providing service security is very important. Rules and regulations should be framed to check the exploitation of teachers by private managements who quite often terminate the services of the teachers to satisfy their ego and due to personal prejudices. The teacher should feel secure of his service. Improving teacher-community relation is also very important. The usual criticism about teachers is that wide gaps exist between them and the community. Close relations should be established by community so that the isolation disappears. Let me summarize the session. This chapter provides an idea about mental health. It includes three major headings like concept of mental health, relevance and characteristics of mental health, and mental health in school. Mental health covers an elusive field and the term itself encompasses a multiplicity of meanings. For our purpose, the various definitions of mental health can be grouped into three categories such as medical, a psychological, or a social phenomenon. The confusion in definition is compounded by the overlapping and merging of the three positions. The term mental hygiene is closely related to mental health. We use the term hygiene to refer to keeping one and one's living and working areas neat and clean in order to prevent illness and disease. Since a healthy body is the most essential element in determining mental health, there should be provision for play activities, physical exercise, and regular medical checkup in schools. Now you can try to answer the questions given here. The first question: define mental health as a medical phenomenon. The second one: what are the signs of poor mental health? Third question: briefly discuss 4 lifestyles of Ayurveda to improve health. The fourth one: how to improve teachers' mental health. Hope that you may go through the reference books listed here for further understanding. First book: No Health Without Mental Health by Martin Prince et al. The Lancet, India, 2007. Abnormal Psychology, An Integrative Approach, 2nd Canadian edition by D.H. Barlow, V.M. Durant and S.H. Stewart. Nelson Publication, Toronto, India, 2009. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Till then, take care.